Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. My aunt was the kind of woman who made things. That's how you understood her, not through what she said, which she never said much, but by what passed through her hands. Curtains, school uniforms, the elaborate embroidered pieces that she'd take commissions for and spend weekends on in the evenings after dinner. Bent close to the fabric under the lamp with a concentration that made the rest of the house feel like it was holding its breath around her. Her living room was arranged around her sewing machine, the way that people arrange rooms around a television. It was an industrial model, heavy and old, bolted to a metal table that had come with it when she moved into the house. The machine had a sound, a particular rhythm when it was running. You could hear it from the street if the windows were open. And I still occasionally hear it in the back of some dreams and wake up from not that quite sad or quite any word I have a description for. As far as anyone could remember, the machine had never been moved. It simply was just in that room. The way a load-bearing wall is in a room. It just simply is. She was diagnosed 3 years before she died. Cancer, the aggressive kind that announces itself late and moves fast. She fought it with the same quiet focus that she brought to everything else, attending appointments alone when she could manage it, not wanting to inconvenience anyone, keeping the details of what the doctor said closer than she kept most things. For a while, it seemed like the kind of fight that she might win, and then it shifted, the way things do. And the last months were hard in ways that I won't go into here. She passed in the early hours of a Tuesday morning at the hospital with family around her. By afternoon, we were at the house. In our household, Muslim, Asian, the kind of extended family where grief is a communal event rather than a private one. The days following a death move with their own momentum. Hundreds would come to mourn. Food had to be made. Space had to be cleared. The furniture rearranged to allow places for people to get together on the floor in a way that's proper for these occasions. It's practical and it's purposeful, and I think, looking back, that the busyness of it is its own form of mercy. There's a very little time to stop. Stopping is the thing that will undo you, so the tradition fills the hours instead, and you're grateful for it, even when you don't know you are. The sewing machine had to go first. It dominated the living room, and there was simply no working around it. My uncle organized 4 men to move it, all of them large, the kind of people that you'd specifically call for this job, and even then, it wasn't easy. The table was solid metal, the machine bolted down, the whole assembly dense with this particular immovability of something that has sat in a place for decades and settled into the floor around it. They got it out eventually, tilting and maneuvering it through the doorway in increments, their breath audible with the effort. The table legs dragged lines across the floor. I followed behind with the vacuum. The room felt strange without it. Bigger, of course, yet emptier, in a way that went beyond the physical space it had occupied. I stared at the far wall and worked my way across. And then I saw it. One of the rubber feet from the table leg had slipped off in the moving, and something had come loose with it. A small dark shape, half buried in the dust and debris near the baseboards. My first thought was that it was exactly what it looked like. A scrap, a bit of deteriorated rubber, something that had been compressed under the leg for years and finally given way. I bent down to clean it up. It was a parcel. Small enough to sit in the center of my palm. Black silk wrapped in cling film, folded over itself, and sealed with a care that was immediately, unmistakably deliberate. This was not something that had ended up somewhere by accident. It had been wrapped by hands that knew what they were doing, and placed and left. I straightened up. I said to no one in particular and everyone in earshot, "What is this?" People came in from other rooms. The parcel passed between hands. There was a moment, I remember it clearly, where the noise of the house, the movement and conversation that had filled every room since we arrived, went briefly, collectively quieter. Not silent, just quieter. My cousin, my aunt's son, took one look at it and went still in a way that was different from everyone else's stillness. He told us then what he had been carrying for years. His mother had visited a sheikh sometime before she became ill, a religious figure, someone consulted in our community for matters that exist at the edge of what's seen and unseen. Not a doctor or a counselor, something older than both. She had gone because she felt something was wrong in the house, some persistent unease that she couldn't name or locate. The sheikh had confirmed what she suspected and told her that something she had brought home and kept largely to herself, a curse, had been placed in her home, hidden, deliberately positioned with precision in a location that she would never find. The nature of such things, he explained, was transactional. They had to be physically found and properly disposed of to be counteracted. A curse that you could not locate was one that you could not fight. She had looked, quietly, methodically, the way she did with everything. She had searched the house in the incremental, unhurried kind of way that someone does when they don't want to alarm anyone, and she had not found it. She'd kept looking in the background of her daily life for years. She had almost no one. My cousin's voice, when he finished, was very uneven. The room stayed quiet for a moment longer than was comfortable. I turned over what I had just heard and felt it settle into place with a weight that had nothing to do with whether I believed it. Belief is a separate question, and I'm not here to answer it. What I am here to tell you is simply what is true. The sewing machine had been in that room since the day she moved in. It had not been moved once, not for cleaning, not for repair, not for any reason that anyone could recall. It took 4 large men significant effort to shift it even slightly. There was no version of events in which someone had slipped that parcel under the leg recently, or casually, or without being seen. Whatever had placed it there had done so once in the early days of her life in that house, and had relied on a simple calculation, a heavy machine, a woman who would never move it, and a curse that only needed to outlast her. It had almost worked. She had almost never known what was hidden beneath the place that she spent her evenings, the place that she made beautiful things for other people, the place the sound of the machine ran through, with the open windows down the street. If the leg hadn't slipped, if I had vacuumed 2 inches to the left, the folklore around these things is specific and consistent across traditions. I've since read about them more carefully. Curses of this kind don't place themselves. Those who commission them do so through something, an intermediary that is not human and does not operate by human logic or human constraint. Something that can move through a house in the dark, assess it with a patience belonging to something that doesn't experience time the way we do, and select a hiding place with the cold precision of something playing a very long game. It had chosen well, under the leg of a machine that weighed more than any one person could lift, in a house belonging to a woman who worked hard and asked little, it would never have thought to look there. I thought about my aunt and her machine in the evenings, the lamp on, the rest of the house quiet, the fabric moving under her hands. I think about her visiting the sheikh and coming home with the information and continuing to cook, to sew, to take commissions, to move through her days with the knowledge folded somewhere inside of her that something was hidden in her house and she could not find it, and that someone had wanted her not to recover. I think about what it costs a person to carry something like that, to look and not find, and keep going anyway. She made beautiful things her whole life in that room, above whatever was folded into the dark beneath the machine's leg. I don't entirely know how to hold that. I'm not sure that I'm meant to. What I know is that we found it. Too late for it to help her, yes, but we found it. And in a way I haven't fully worked out, but keep returning to. That feels like it matters. Like the finding was the point, even now. Like she had spent years hoping someone would. Like she needed us to know that it had been there and that it was gone. I was 11 the first time someone put a Ouija board in front of me, and I want to be honest from the start. I don't know what happened that day. I have never known. What I do know is what happened that night, and those are two entirely separate things. The kid who brought the board wasn't from our usual group. He was a classmate of my friend Marco, someone whose name I've since forgotten, which feels appropriate given the circumstances. He showed up one Saturday afternoon with the box under his arm, like it was a board game, like he was proposing Monopoly, and before anyone had really agreed to anything, it was already open on Marco's bedroom floor. I remember looking at it and feeling simultaneously curious and faintly ridiculous. I was 11. I had seen these in films. I knew the general premise. Fingers on the planchette, ask a question, wait for the dead to answer. And the rational part of my brain, even at that age, was already running through the more obvious explanations. Someone's pushing it, someone always pushes it. The whole thing runs on this quiet, competitive pressure of a group of children that none of whom want to be the first to admit they're scared. So, we sat around on the floor, all three of us. The kid whose name I'd forgotten took the whole thing very seriously. Candles would have been better, he said, but the overhead light would do. We had to be respectful. We had to mean it. I put my fingers on the planchette and decided privately that I would not push it. What followed was about 40 minutes of something I still can't clearly categorize. The planchette moved. That much I can say with certainty. It slid across the board in slow, deliberate arcs that felt different from anything that I could have produced consciously. Not jerky or hesitant the way I imagined deliberate fraud would feel under your fingertips. It was smooth, almost patient, like something leaning rather than pushing. It spelled things, partial words mostly, a few complete ones. Nothing coherent enough to form a message. Nothing dramatic enough to send us running. Marco kept asking questions in a hushed voice, while the kid whose name I've forgotten watched the planchette with an expression I couldn't fully read. I watched my own fingers and tried to determine, with the focused attention of someone who genuinely wanted to know, whether I was doing it. And I just couldn't tell. That's the truth of it. I could not tell then, and I can't tell you now. At some point, the energy in the room shifted in a way that's also difficult to describe. Not frightening exactly, just different. Like air pressure changing before a storm or when you climb elevation. Without anyone formally agreeing to stop, we all lifted our fingers at roughly the same moment and sat back. Forgotten named kid says that we should close it properly, and moved the planchette to goodbye. Marco said something like, "Yeah, okay," in the voice of someone who wanted to sound unbothered. I said nothing. We went back to doing whatever 11-year-olds do on a Saturday afternoon. The board went back into the box. By dinner time, the whole thing had acquired a slightly unreal quality, like something that happened to different people somewhere else. I was sleeping on the floor of Marco's room that night. His bed, a sleeping bag for me, the standard arrangement for sleepovers since we were 7. I remember the room being dark except for the strip of light under the door to the hallway. I remember falling asleep without difficulty, which tells you something about how unconcerned I was. Whatever residual strangeness the afternoon had left behind hadn't followed me into the evening. And then at I don't know what time, I was woken up. There was no sound that woke me, or no door or voice, nothing that I could point to afterwards as the cause. I was simply asleep, and then I wasn't, lying on my back in the dark with the immediate certain awareness that something in the room had changed. And then I felt a hand moving through my hair, slow, deliberate, fingers spreading from the crown of my head downward, the way someone might reach down to comfort a child, except that the cold of it was unlike anything I'd ever felt before or since. Not the cold of a draft or an open window, not the cold of a surface. It was the cold of something that had no business being warm, like ice, touching me with the patience that suggested that it had been there for a while, waiting for me to wake up and notice. I did not move. I don't say that like it was a choice. My body simply refused, locked in that particular paralysis that belongs to moments of pure, unprocessed fear. I lay there and felt it and stared at the ceiling. And I became acutely aware of every inch of the room around me. Marco's breathing, slow and even across the room, the strip of light under the door. Then the door opened. It wasn't quickly. It swung inward with the unhurried ease of something with no reason to hide. In the hallway, light spilled across the floor, and there was no one there. Not Marco's parents or a sibling, nobody standing in the frame. The door simply opened into an empty hallway and stayed that way. The hand was gone. I hadn't noticed the exact moment it stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay in the sleeping bag with my eyes fixed on that open door until the hallway light eventually clicked off on its timer, and the room went dark again. And then I stared at where the door had been and waited for morning with the particular patience of someone who's run out of other options. I never told Marco. I never told my mother. She'd had her own experience with a board as a teenager. She'd made her feelings on the subject very clear. So clear, in fact, that my fear of her reaction genuinely competed with my fear of whatever had touched my hair. That calculation probably says something unflattering about my priorities at 11, but there it is. I've thought about it across the years since, whether the board was real, whether the kid whose name I've forgotten was moving the planchette and the rest of it was coincidence, a draft, a sleeping mind, manufacturing sensation, a door with a loose latch finally giving in. I don't know. I've never known. I only know that it was a very cold hand. My grandmother was not a sentimental woman. She didn't keep things for the sake of keeping them, didn't assign meanings to objects the way that some people do. So when she died and we gathered at her house for the first time without her, my mother, my 2 aunts, my cousin Reese, and I, the expectation was a practical exercise. Sort, divide, donate, be done by the weekend. The mirror was in the back bedroom. the one that she'd kept closed for the longest time. None of us could remember it being open. It was this tall, freestanding mirror. The frame was this dark wood carved into shapes that none of us could identify with any confidence. Botanical, maybe, or something that had started as botanical and been altered by whoever made it into something less natural. The glass was perfect, not foxed or clouded the way old mirrors go. The clear and sharpness, it was there, reflecting the room back with an accuracy that felt slightly excessive for something that old. My Aunt Donna wanted it immediately. Nana had good taste, she said, and the mirror was beautiful. And she had a wall in her hallway that needed something exactly that size. My mother said nothing. She was looking at the mirror with an expression that I didn't have a name for at the time. We loaded it into Donna's car the following morning. She called 3 days later. Her voice had a quality that I'd never heard in it before. Flat, the way that it didn't belong to her. The way that a voice goes when someone is working very hard to sound normal. She told us what had happened in order, like someone reading from notes. The first night, she woke up at 3 a.m. with the absolute certainty that someone was standing behind her. She lives alone in her house. She lay still for 20 minutes before she was able to move. And when she checked every room, there was no one there. The second night, her dog, a retriever that she'd had for 6 years, steady-tempered, not given to anxiety, refused to enter the hallway where the mirror hung. Sat at the hallway entrance and wouldn't move. When she tried to coax him through, he backed away, hit the wall behind him, and stayed there, pressed against it, until she closed the hallway door. The third night, she got up for water at 2 a.m., past the hallway. The mirror was dark, not reflecting the hallway, not reflecting her, not reflecting anything, just dark. A rectangle of absolute black in the frame, where the light from the kitchen fell normally on everything around it. She stood there long enough to be certain that she was awake and seeing what she was seeing. Then she went back to bed, lay there until morning, and called us. We drove to her house that afternoon, all of us without discussion, everyone arriving within an hour of each other, the way my family usually does when something is actually wrong. The mirror was back to normal by then, clear and sharp, reflecting the hallway the same slightly excessive accuracy it had before. The dog was in the garden. It wouldn't come inside. My mother looked at it for a long time. Then she said quietly that she remembered why the back bedroom had been locked, that she had asked her mother once, years ago, why she kept it closed, that her mother had only said, "Some things are better contained than removed." We wrapped the mirror in moving blankets, drove it 40 minutes out of town, and left it by a dumpster. Nobody said much on the way back. Donna's dog came inside that evening for the first time in 3 days, went straight to the hallway, sniffed the empty wall where it had hung, and walked away. My mother hasn't talked about it since. When I've tried to ask what she thinks her mother knew about it, she changes the subject with a speed and finality that is itself a kind of answer. There are things I still want to know. Where the mirror came from originally, what my grandmother had seen in it, or what had seen her, and why. Why did she keep it, rather than doing what we did? Whether keeping it was a form of protection or a form of penance, or something else entirely that I don't have the framework to understand. I think about that back bedroom door, locked for decades, though, for reasons that she took with her. And I guess some things are better contained than removed. I'm not sure that she was wrong. I moved into the house in March, which in retrospect feels significant only because of how much time I spent in the basement for that first month. It was a long month, and it was a good basement. Dry, well lit, the previous owners had finished it properly, and I was using it for storage while I unpacked the rest of the house room by room. I was down there most evenings, moving boxes, trying to impose some sort of order on the chaos of a new life, a new place. I found the tin on the third week. It was behind the water heater, pushed into the gap between the unit and the wall, with a deliberateness that felt different from something simply forgotten. A small tobacco tin, the old-fashioned kind, its lid sealed with what looked like electrical tape wrapped around several times, around the seam, around the whole thing. It was light when I picked it up. Whatever was inside shifted slightly, small, loose objects, not heavy. I should have left it. I know that now, with the clarity available only after the fact. Instead, I peeled back the tape, because I was curious, and it was my house, and there was no reason, standing in a well-lit basement on an ordinary Tuesday evening, to feel otherwise. Inside, a folded square of paper, brown at the edges, covered in handwriting too small and crammed to read easily. Beneath it, 3 small figures, crude, roughly an inch tall each, made from what appeared to be wax and wrapped tightly in black thread. Each one had a single dark hair pressed into it. They were not the same hair. I could tell from the color and texture that they were each different. I put everything back, resealed the tin as best I could, set it on the shelf, and told myself that I'd deal with it later, which is what you tell yourself when you don't know what you're dealing with and you don't want to find out. That night I woke up at 2 a.m. to the sound of something moving in the basement, directly below my bedroom. It was slow, deliberate footsteps crossing the concrete floor. I lay in the dark and I counted them. 7 steps, a pause, 7 steps back. The same path, twice, and then nothing. I told myself the house was settling, old pipes, temperature changes, the general unreliability of a new building. I almost convinced myself by the time I fell back asleep. But the second night it was louder, and the third night I got up. I stood at the top of the basement stairs with my hand on the light switch for longer than I care to admit. But then I flicked it on, and I went downstairs. The shelf where I'd left the tin was empty. It was on the floor in the center of the room, lid off, contents arranged in a careful line on the concrete. The 3 figures standing upright, the folded paper open and flat beside them, smoothed out as though someone had taken the time to actually read it. I had not done this. I hadn't been down there since the evening I found it. There was no one else in the house. I stood there and looked at it for a long time. Then I picked up the figures, the paper, and the tin. I drove them to a dumpster 3 streets over, and I threw them in. I drove home, and I went back to bed. I haven't heard the footsteps since. What I have noticed, and I'm aware of how this sounds, is that the basement feels different now. Not wrong exactly, more like a room that has been recently vacated. It's much better this way. I wasn't really looking forward to sharing my house with the living or the dead. And most nights, I believe that that's the end of it. But we'll see. The wind moved through the pines, brushing against the trunks and scattering the brittle needles across the wet earth. Cooper was the first to see them. He was the first to run. Jesse and I followed, not knowing exactly what we were running from and losing any sense of where we had started with the zigzag pattern that Cooper made through the woods. Our progress was impossible to track. All the while, a heavy gallop from behind kept its pace with us. We couldn't maintain our speed forever, and Cooper pointed to a tree with branches low enough for us to climb. All three of us were proficient climbers with or without our gear. He helped boost Jesse and I up, and we shared the first branch that we could reach that could support our weight. As Cooper started to dig his boots into the bark of the tree, I tried to lay on my stomach, and I reached my arm down towards him. Jesse screamed, telling Cooper to hurry. He ignored my extended arm and worked his way up the base of the tree faster than Jesse and I did with his assistance. He climbed to a branch above ours. When he made it up, a hush came over us as we tried to spot the entities chasing us. But it seemed we were alone again. We stayed balanced in the tree for most of the night. Standing on his branch, Cooper told us that he was pretty sure he could see a road 16 kilometers away. He pointed in a direction that we all agreed to go to the next morning. The forest was black when we heard them return. Meters below, we heard intelligent footsteps circle the tree. They took their time, building deliberate anticipation, communicating with each other in a high vibrato of chirps. The noises they made were barely audible to our ears. A large piece of bark was torn from the trunk as one of them tried to climb up to us. It would have been too close if we waited to see its true form. Jesse climbed to the branch that Cooper was on. It creaked when they moved over to allow space for me. I think we all knew the branch couldn't hold all of our weight. I should have accepted my fate. But instead, I climbed frantically. When I got close, Jesse grabbed the shoulder of my coat to help me up just as the branch snapped. It was like a gunshot centimeters from my ear. Everything slowed down. I was still hugging the tree, and I remember the surreal feeling of Jesse's arm pulling me up and then pulling me straight down. There was a flash of white light, and I saw Heaven's Gate with my own eyes. The entrance was saturated in golden light. I heard the golden posts sing as they opened to accept my friends. But when it was my turn, the angels denied my entry, for reasons a human mind is incapable of understanding. The moment I woke up in my body, it became obvious the angels rejected me at the behest of their own cruel entertainment. My life had been far from sainthood, but the company I kept were sinners just as I. If their acceptance was judged on any level of fairness, I'm confident I'd have been let in too. Angels don't concern themselves with fairness, however. That's a human construct that even we corrupt into a luxury amongst ourselves. True fairness was the forest's indifference to my existence. I woke up in the rain, staring into the void of black clouds and tree limbs above me. It was daytime, but I could have been wrong. The canopy of branches blackened the forest floor. My heavenly vision, once thought to be a dream, would be realized shortly after that. As the rain puddled around me, I considered staying there. The Reaper had been following us since we began. I just hoped he could find me down there. I thought about my friends, my family back home. I wondered what they were doing. I tried counting the names that would miss me when I was gone, but dehydration made me delusional. Water was falling all around me. Please, roll over. It was a thought that wasn't mine. When I turned my body, I saw Cooper. He was twisted in such a way that I could already tell he hadn't survived. A large tree branch laid broken across his body, the same one that we were on the night before. Rainwater had collected into a small pool by my head. I pressed my lips to the water and drank until my teeth brushed the soil. It was less than a sip, just enough to motivate me to want more. The fall that took Cooper's life had left me somehow physically uninjured, aside from minor scrapes. Jessie was gone. We all should have landed in the exact same area, but one of us didn't. I'd see her multiple times after that, only in spectral form, walking between the trees, looking down at me from rocky ledges. If this was her ghost trying to contact me, I would have preferred that she helped me leave the forest, instead of lingering just out of view. She blamed me for what happened. Her haunting presence beckoned for reason. These answers. I used to think there was a new sense of knowledge that you were granted after death. But Jessie didn't act like she'd received higher enlightenment. We were both still lost in the woods, regardless of the planes we were on. Is there no peace in death? Does the afterlife not allow rest? Jessie remained silent. My boots left shallow impressions that water filled in behind me as the sun sank beneath the clouds. I knew the same creature that hunted us the night before would soon be hungry. And though the thought of dying in such a violent way did scare me, it wasn't as much fear as I would have expected myself to have. Hope slowly decayed into numb acceptance. Somewhere deeper in the forest, a shadow waved at me, cast by a tree branch. I followed its dance further into the forest to find meaning in the shadow's art. The darkness swayed like a conductor's wand, like the branches ordered the wind's movements. It didn't wait for my interpretation. Its performance was not for me, but I watched it nevertheless, in a delusional enchantment. I called out to it once, but my voice was swallowed by emptiness, leaving behind only the cold confirmation that nothing answered. I sat down at the base of a tree, and I accepted my time on planet Earth was coming to an end, be it by beast or dropping temperatures. I didn't plan on waking up again. I was grateful to rest. An electronic beep cut into my conscious attention as my eyes closed shut. In a single blink, I was no longer cold, and the ground felt soft. The clouds and trees were replaced by a smooth white ceiling, and I heard my mom cry out, "She's awake." I'd been rescued by a real-life Boy Scout troop, one that had set up camp near where I collapsed. A little boy told his scoutmaster that he'd seen a dead woman lying by a tree. I'd managed to wander myself close enough to some sort of civilization, within a few kilometers at least. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. I refuse to call it divine intervention, but at the same time, believe it's something past the realm of luck that I've survived. I'm not someone who jumps straight to paranormal. I camp a lot. I lose things all the time. I know how easy it is to misplace gear, especially when you're tired or drinking or dealing with uneven ground and bad lighting. That's why it took me longer than it should have to admit something was wrong. There were 4 of us on this trip. Me, my partner, and 2 friends. We were at a fairly remote campsite, not a campground with numbered spots, but not so deep that it felt reckless. No cell service, but a marked trail a couple miles out. The site itself looked untouched when we arrived. The first thing that went missing was my lighter. I noticed it around midnight when we were trying to get a fire going. I'd had it earlier. I remembered clipping it to the outside of my backpack. I figured it fell off somewhere between setting up camp and dinner. Annoying, but not a big deal. One of my friends had another. The next morning, I found it sitting on a flat rock about 10 feet from our tent. It wasn't dropped, it was just placed there, upright. Exactly where you'd put something if you wanted it to be noticed. I joked that one of them must have found it and put it there as a prank. Everyone swore they didn't. I believed them, but still, it wasn't alarming. Animals drag stuff around all the time, right? Maybe they weren't ready to stop messing with me yet. Could be anything. That night, one of our tent stakes went missing. We noticed because the corner of the tent had gone slack. We searched around with headlamps, assuming that it was just pulled loose. No luck. The ground wasn't soft enough for it to disappear. We made do and went to sleep. In the morning, the stake was back, hammered in perfectly, straighter than any of us had managed. And that's when the mood sort of shifted between us. No one seemed to joke this time. We checked our stuff more carefully after that, lined things up, zipped everything. We even joked, half-joked, that if something was messing with us, we'd like our stuff left alone. That night, my boots disappeared. I know exactly where I put them. I always put them outside the tent door so I don't track dirt inside. When I woke up and reached out for them, they weren't there. We all searched everywhere. No tracks or sign that they'd been dragged off. I ended up wearing sandals around the camp, irritated more than scared. In the morning, the boots were sitting side by side near the fire pit. Clean. Not just dry. Clean. The mud on the soles was gone. No one said anything for a long time. Eventually, one of my friends muttered, "Okay, that's not funny anymore." We debated leaving, not in an overly panicked way, but in that uncomfortable, quiet way where no one wants to admit that they're spooked. In the end, we decided to stay one more night. Everything felt controlled, like if something wanted to hurt us, it already could have. That night was the quietest of the trip. No wind, no animals, just the fire and the occasional crack of settling wood. Sometime after midnight, my partner shook me awake and whispered my name. I asked what was wrong. There was something outside the tent, they said. I listened. Nothing. In the morning, we found my backpack about 20 feet from where I'd left it, unzipped. Inside, nothing was missing, except a small item I hadn't thought about in years, a cheap compass that I'd thrown in there as an afterthought. I honestly didn't even remember packing it, but the compass was sitting on the same flat rock as the lighter. I think it's strange enough that things go missing and come back, but this felt thoughtful, neat, like whoever or whatever had handled them understood what they were and where they belonged, how to make them seen and noticed. Nothing was damaged or taken permanently. It felt less like theft and more like a violation, an unwanted interaction. Like something had noticed us, decided to engage, and then just disappeared. I still camp and I still lose things, but I've never again had something returned. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches. At least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages, with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it, with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know, and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body, and there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. Demons made me do it, but I'm better now. I got a 5-year-old niece that said this to me when I found her standing over my 2-year-old son, gripping a pair of scissors in her hand. They were plastic kid scissors, too. I can barely get them to cut construction paper, but somehow she'd managed to get a pretty decent gash up her palm from how tightly she was holding it. When I pulled the scissors away from her, I turned to put them on the dresser. In that time, she wiped a cross on my baby's forehead with her blood. I grabbed her arm the moment I saw her doing it, and that's when I saw how long the cut was. Gauze stopped its leak, long enough for me to get everyone cleaned up the best I could before rushing her to the ER. I called my sister and told her where we were, what happened. When she answered, there was something in her voice, something that led me to believe her daughter's demons made me do it thing wasn't new. Yeah, instead it was clear that this may not have been a random, isolated event. I expected chaos on the phone when I called, but her "oh no," it sounded like I was talking about Grandma dying or something. It was a suffering I didn't quite understand or have the patience to inquire further about on the phone. She left work and got to the hospital, just as the doctor was calling us from the waiting room. While my niece received stitches, my sister admitted that she hadn't been at work today. She was at home, sleeping. Allie had been acting strange for the past 3 days, but her manic activity had been persistent only in the night. She thought that she could drop Allie off for a few hours so she could get some rest. My exhausted sister was profoundly apologetic, and of course I was a good sister and I didn't make her feel worse about everything. However, she couldn't escape an explanation of what she meant by Allie's behavior being weird for 3 days, because she did look tired. If her daughter hadn't wiped blood on my baby's face, I might have told her to go home and get a few more hours of shut-eye. Sadly, I lacked that empathy, as we listened to the doctor remind Allie that she needs to stop moving so that he can finish the stitches. My sister pulls me out of earshot, and I'm thinking, oh great, here comes some excuse about how this whole thing isn't a result of her parenting. And I'm not saying she's a bad parent, but that's also why I haven't named her in this story. I don't know any other children who think it's okay to cut their hand open to bleed on a baby. How was she going to normalize it? Because the next sentence that she was about to say, it would determine if I was going to call Child Protective Services when I got in my car. I didn't make the call when I got in my car. What I ended up doing was praying to Jesus for Amy's soul. I also went and got a Bible for every room in the house. 3 or 4 days before the hospital visit, I think I babysat Amy on day 4 of it. The afternoon before it all started up, let's say. My sister lives in a trailer park. It's a really nice trailer park. People keep their yards and trailers nicer than half the houses on my block. Not mine, but most. The door leading to their back area has this big doggy door so that their pit bull can come in and out. His name is Coco, and he's a good boy, but a wide boy, so his doggy door is a little bigger. She hears Amy in the kitchen saying, come inside, all excited, and thinks that she's trying to get Coco in. But Amy doesn't ever do that, so she gets up to see what's going on, and instead of a dog crawling through the door, it's another little girl. She had brown hair and was wearing a blue Sesame Street hoodie with a logo across the chest. Both girls giggled, looked at Sis, and then ran back into Amy's room. She said when the girls looked at her, Amy's little friend apparently had little beady black eyes. She said it made her skin crawl when she'd seen them. Nothing about any of that was able to be ignored, and she thought whoever's kid it was must be wondering where she was. It was a little after 7, but a 5-year-old shouldn't be climbing through strangers' doggy doors any hour of the day. My sister says that she stormed back to Amy's room just fuming at the disrespect. She kicked open the door, hoping to scare the children into paying attention. So boom, she kicks the door open, and it's just Amy in the room, and she doesn't react at all. I was told that she was smiling, like she'd been waiting for her to do that. Where's your friend? Amy tried to gaslight my sister, acted completely confused. Denied ever seeing each other by the doggy door moments earlier. My sister says that she tore up Amy's room looking for that little girl, and then apologized the entire time that she helped her put her room back together because there was no blue hoodie girl to be found. My sister had never felt crazier in her entire life than she did standing in Amy's room. Their night continues like normal. They have dinner, she puts Amy to bed, my sister goes to bed. Amy wakes up at 1 a.m. screaming at the top of her lungs. Nonsense. Like one of the things she's screaming was, "Birdie died, no chirp chirp." My sister did everything she could to get Amy to stop. Thankfully, none of her neighbors called the cops on her. She screamed until 4 and then went silent. closed her eyes, and began to snore. It was the weirdest thing she'd ever experienced as a mom. But the next morning, Amy was totally fine. Nothing wrong. She woke up like normal, not tired. Her voice didn't sound hoarse. My sister even sent her off to school, and she had a great day. But that night, it was the same story, and so on and so forth. I don't really know what to do now, because this situation is way past sisterly advice. I'm glad she's at the doctor's. I know she's getting checked out for multiple things. This can't be solved by me telling her to get her shit together. I'm going to have to call around to some churches, I think. I wouldn't know where else to contact for help or advice. The doctors can only do so much. Except here, of course. So please, if you've gotten any advice and you've taken the time to read this, please help me think of a way to help my sister. It's always something. Even when Amy wasn't possessed by whatever this is, she was still getting into things and drawing on walls. I'm not a collector. I don't do figurines, dolls, antiques, none of it. But right before everything went to hell, I ended up with one. It wasn't on purpose. I'd moved into a new rental, small house, quiet street, older neighborhood. The previous tenants had left some of their stuff in the attic, and my landlord gave me permission to toss whatever I didn't want. Most of it was junk. Old baby clothes, a broken rocking horse, boxes of yellowed paperbacks. And then there was the figurine. It stood maybe 8 inches tall, porcelain, hand-painted. A little girl in a pale green dress with a bow at the collar. Her hair was blonde, carved into delicate waves. She held a tiny bouquet of wildflowers against her chest. Her face was what made me pause. Most figurines I've seen have blank, pleasant expressions, but this one, hers was almost too expressive, like the artist had captured someone's exact smile. Not happy or mischievous, more like she had a secret that she wasn't supposed to tell. I don't know why, but instead of throwing her out, I put her on a shelf in the living room while I cleaned the attic. I told myself it was because she looked expensive. In reality, I think it was just the way she seemed familiar, like a face I'd seen in a dream. It's hard to explain, but the house felt different when I came downstairs the next morning. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt watched? Like someone paused mid-movement and pretended they hadn't been staring at you? That's what it felt like. A tiny, sharp awareness somewhere near the shelf. The figurine was there. Same smile and pose. Except no. This is where I started gaslighting myself. I could have sworn that she hadn't been angled that way before. Didn't I leave her centered, facing outward? Now she was turned just slightly to the right, like she'd been looking over her shoulder at the hallway. I convinced myself I'd just misremembered. New house, long week, dust getting to me. Whatever you tell yourself. Later that night, I was watching TV when I heard a faint tick behind me. Not a crack or a creak, more like something small had tapped the porcelain. I turned around. She hadn't moved. Not that I could tell. I remember laughing at myself. It was a brittle kind of laugh where you're trying to preempt the fear. I even walked over and picked her up, studied her face. She looked harmless, pretty even. Her smile looked slightly deeper up close. The sculptor had carved the tiniest crease at the left corner of her mouth, giving the illusion of movement. Artistry, not reality. I told myself that over and over. But there was another incident, around 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound I can only describe as a footstep. Soft, light, like someone barefoot stepped onto the hardwood in the hallway. Just once. I held my breath and I listened. Nothing. Not even the house settling. It was dead silent. I finally got up and turned on the hallway light. I walked toward the living room. Everything looked normal from the doorway. I felt stupid for even checking. But in the morning, the figurine was facing directly toward the hallway. Body turned enough that it would have had to have been physically rotated. I stared at it for a long time. My brain tried every normal explanation. Must have bumped the shelf yesterday. Vibration from walking past it moved it little by little. Maybe my memory truly was that bad. But the smile, her smile even looked different. Not exaggerated, just subtly wider. I couldn't trust my own mind enough to decide if that was real or imagined. I moved her to the kitchen windowsill. I told myself that it was because the shelf was wobbly, but it was because I didn't want her near the bedroom hallway. That night I woke up again. Same time. Same soft footsteps. But this time I heard something else. Tiny scraping. Porcelain against wood. I froze. For the longest time I lay there listening, telling myself I was imagining everything. Finally, I cracked open my bedroom door. The kitchen light was off, but there was enough moonlight to see the windowsill. It was empty. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I might throw up. I fumbled for the switch and turned on the overhead. The figurine was on the counter, standing neatly beside the toaster. Perfectly upright, perfectly placed. For the first time, her smile looked wrong in a way I couldn't rationalize. Clearly different. It looked pleased. Something cold pressed on my back, like invisible fingertips brushing over my spine. I spun around to find nothing. That might have been my own panic, but the timing was too perfect. I put her in a shoebox, taped it shut, and stuffed it in the highest kitchen cabinet, out of sight. That didn't help. The next week would prove that I should have just thrown it away. Light tapping on the wall behind the cabinet, faint clicks like someone flicking a fingernail. The sound of something moving inside the cardboard box. Every morning the cabinet door was slightly ajar, not wide, just an inch, like something peeking out. I told myself I'd left it that way. Of course I did. I didn't really believe that, but it helped me feel safe. Then one night the noise stopped, and silence can be worse somehow. It feels like whatever is happening has turned its attention elsewhere. It's nerve-wracking. I made the mistake of relaxing, though, thinking maybe the noises had been pipes or settling wood. But around 4 a.m., later than usual, I woke up to a sound like tiny feet hitting the floor. This wasn't walking, it was running. Soft, rapid taps moving along the hallway floorboards. So fast and light it didn't sound human. It reached my bedroom door and stopped. I didn't move. The pause was the longest few seconds of my life. Then, the door handle trembled. It just quivered, like someone too small to actually grip it was brushing their fingers over the metal. The sound wasn't tapping, but a rapid, whispery, shrink sound as if nails were testing the texture. It wasn't aggressive, but it was obvious. I couldn't make myself get up this time. I stayed frozen until sunrise. When I finally did open the door, my entire body locked up. The shoebox was sitting in the middle of the hallway. I didn't think. I grabbed the shoebox, shoved everything into a plastic bag, and drove straight to the dumpster behind the grocery store 2 towns over. I threw the bag in, got back in the car, locked the doors, sat there actually shaking until my breathing normalized. The house was silent, peaceful even. This isn't a creepypasta or anything. This is a true story my dad told me, and one that he always swore by. In Tijuana, there was a demon-like creature that used to wander the streets, preying on the unhoused and women of the night. My dad's name is Carlos, and when he was in high school, there was a string of murders that happened, really putting the town on edge for about a month before everything got back to normal. Tijuana and easy living are opposites. Crime rates have always been high, but these murders were different. When the bodies would be found by the shop owner opening up in the morning, or a kid walking to school, all of them looked like they'd been mummified. Not with the white wraps. They looked like their insides had been sucked out, but their skin stayed intact. They looked petrified. They died with their eyes wide open, hands in front of their face. Police at the time had no leads, and the victims didn't have stab wounds or bullet holes. It was like nothing anyone had ever seen before. The first victim was found by garbage men. They found a deceased man lying on his back in the middle of the street. He was an anomaly, and the police were so stunned at what they'd seen, they didn't investigate it like a murder. The mummified bum became a celebrity for a day, and people young and old left their houses to see it at the station. By evening, the excitement wore down, and the town returned to its usual routine. A deli shop owner would find the second victim, huddled up against the metal exterior gate of his shop. Another member of the community, found dead in the same horrific state, wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the first. Police didn't prop this one up for locals to see, and they launched a real investigation, blocking off the street most of the day to gather evidence. Then, another body would be found, and another. By now, a few people had come forward as witnesses to seeing this thing, the one responsible. Local newspapers embellished their accounts, printing stories about a demon retrieving souls for El Diablo in hell. Other reports referred to it as the chupacabra. However, what people described didn't sound anything like a chupacabra. Not to mention, they wouldn't travel near urban areas. Witnesses said it was pure black, darker than the night around it. One person would come forward claiming that they watched it move interdimensionally, like from second to third. That was the report made by my dad when he was 16, and what he saw scared him more than anything he'd ever seen in the Mexican army. I won't go into detail about those things, but let's just say the cartel uses flesh like painters use paint. It's an art expressed with passion and an emphasis in detail. So, him saying this demon thing was scarier than that stuff was pretty wild to me. Carlos was on his bike. He'd just had a romantic evening with a girl whose name he'd forgotten, but it doesn't matter for the story. When Carlos enters the city, he always got off his bike and pushed it a little before he got to his house, because at that time of night, there weren't a lot of cars on the road. So the ones that were would speed up and down the roads, and after a handful of close calls, Carlos started walking his bike on the side of the streets, with a smile on his face this night. He was very accustomed to being in the city at night. He and his friends would often meet up to skateboard right when that started getting big in California. They'd skate after dark when there was less security, and overall, watchful eyes. So his trip home that night was nothing out of the ordinary when he began. There were still some people here and there, not enough to make the city feel alive, not enough to make a conversation audible in passing. Those still outside at that time of night were either quickly going inside one of the apartment buildings, or they lived outside and were sheltering in hiding spots out of sight. Either way, Soon enough, he was mostly alone. The streets around Carlos were as quiet as they were going to be for the next 24 hours, and all he could hear was the electric hum of the lamppost above him as he continued to push his bike towards home. But early into the final leg of his journey, Carlos started to feel spooked. Fear coiled around him, tightening with every step until he was barely making progress. Every few feet, he was stopping to cautiously glance in all directions, as if he'd had a premonition that something evil was nearby. The hair stood up on his arms, and as much as he wanted to just get on his bike and ride home, his legs were barely walking. Jumping on a bike and starting to pedal required a level of confidence that he didn't have, not at that second, so he maintained the slow pace he was at. When Carlos randomly stopped again to look in all directions, on the same sidewalk he's on, he sees a formless shadow taking shape on the ground about 7 meters away. It had virtually no volume in its shape. It was like a shadow of a cloud was forming on the ground, and nothing above it. Nothing to make the shadow. But a dark one had formed on the concrete, all the same. Seeing this confuses Carlos, and he fully stopped, trying to figure out what was making that weird shadow on the ground. And then, from behind him, back in the direction he was walking, the harsh metal slam of an exit-only door makes Carlos turn. On the other sidewalk across the street from him, a young woman is leaving out the back door of a brick building from its alleyway. Before she gets to the sidewalk and turns left or right, the way she's walking from the alley, it's like she's walking facing towards Carlos. Not wanting to make the woman think he's staring at her, Carlos quickly averts his eyes back to the shadow cloud behind him on the side of the road. It's almost impossible to spot amongst the other shadows being casted. And if he hadn't already seen it form, my dad probably wouldn't have seen anything that happened next. So, as he's finding it again, he can hear the woman's high heels on the concrete. The pop noise of her heels echoes off the brick around her and sounds like she's walking in the direction opposite of him. They wouldn't have crossed paths because they were on the other sides of the street. But just as Carlos lays his eyes back on the shadow, it moves silently on the ground to where Carlos couldn't track it anymore. Through the dark of an unlit road, he looks back up at the woman. She's not paying attention to anything going on around her. It's to be questioned if she even noticed Carlos on the other side of the road. There's a cigarette in her mouth, and she was digging around a big black and gold purse for a torch. The purse is held up by her left hand while she furiously pushes stuff around with the other hand. Then, under the illumination of a lamppost across the street, Carlos sees the shadow cloud again take form and start sliding towards the woman, like how he first saw it coming towards him. The woman still hadn't pulled her head out of her purse by the time the shadow gets to her. And that's when Carlos watches the shadow grow up out of its flat dimension. As it grew in volume, its shape was no longer resembling a cloud. It now looked like a beast out of nightmares, with a tornado of black around it that melted into the ground. Its face elongated and hooked like a beak. The swirl moving around it moved with immense force, but none of the litter in the road was disturbed, and the woman didn't notice. Its beak opened, and the woman dropped her purse. Carlos described what he saw happen by saying an aurora borealis-like thing, only gray and blue, was pulled from the woman. The black creature absorbed the essence like a vacuum. Her skin aged centuries in a matter of seconds, and then she collapsed to the ground. The creature sank back into the black tornado, and the tornado dropped back into a shadow on the ground next to the lifeless woman. Carlos had a surge of do or die, and he hopped onto his bike, pedaling as fast as he could until he got home. Completely exhausted, He called the police from his home and made the report. My dad never spoke of that night again, not until he told me. Even then, he told me because I asked him directly about the story in the newspaper, about the reports of a demon roaming the streets of Tijuana. He recounted it as fact, not legend, and he swore that every detail he shared was true. He still remembers the exact spot where the shadow emerged, where the woman fell, but he's never gone back. Not even in the daylight would he pass that same spot. My dad says that some things aren't meant to be understood, and he believes what he saw that night was proof of it, whether it was a demon, a curse, or something beyond human comprehension. It certainly isn't of this world as we know it. Whatever it was, he says, it wasn't done. And when I asked him what he meant by that, he looked at me and said, "Things like that don't just stop. They wait." When I was 11, my family lived in a 2-story rental home that always had this slightly off feeling to me. I would catch myself holding my breath in the hallway without knowing why. It had been converted from a boarding house years before we moved in, and you could still feel that history in the bones of it. The upstairs was ordinary enough, loud with the television and the smell of whatever my dad was cooking, but the basement was a different world entirely. The underground level had been divided into separate bedrooms, each one with its own sink and mirror bolted into the wall, a strange clinical detail that always unsettled me. There were no windows down there. The overhead lights were dim and yellowish, and when you switched them off, the dark was total. It was this type of cold that settled into your clothes, and it stayed there, even in the summer. My family had gotten used to it, the way that you get used to most things, but I never really liked being down there, not alone. That morning, my 2 nieces, 3 and 4 years old, and I had spread ourselves across one of the basement bedrooms, keeping each other company the way the kids do, quiet and content with small games. The dim light pressed in around us, and I remember thinking that it was oddly still down there, even for the basement. That's when I felt the specific, prickling certainty that someone was watching us. I looked up toward the doorway, and I saw my brother. He was 9 years old, our family's designated class clown, and he was standing perfectly still in the frame of the door. He was wearing his favorite Superman shirt, blue and red, with athletic shorts. He was just smiling at us, not saying anything or making a face or threatening to ruin our game, just watching with this wide, calm grin that didn't look quite right on him. He was up to something, I decided. It had to be some dramatic prank, a jump scare, a bit. That was just who he was. So when he abruptly turned and bolted down the hallway into the bedroom diagonal from ours, the one nobody used, the one that we never bothered to turn the lights on in, I did exactly what he expected me to do. I chased him. He stayed just a few feet ahead of me, close enough that I could hear his footsteps, close enough that I almost felt like I could reach out and grab him. We crossed into the dark room together, and I remember the shift. How the dim hall light gave way to almost nothing, just a faint bleed of brightness that barely touched the closet door on the far wall, enough to see him stop. He turned around to face me, and he smiled again, that same odd smile, and then he walked straight into the dark closet. I stopped moving. Something cold moved through me. That had nothing to do with the basement temperature. I stood there for a moment, waiting for the jump scare, waiting for him to burst out laughing. But there was just silence. I made myself open the closet door. Nothing. Empty hangers, the smell of old wood and dust. That's when the playfulness completely left my body. My brother was many things, loud, silly, relentless, but he was also the biggest scaredy cat I'd ever known. He slept with a nightlight until he was embarrassingly old. He wouldn't even walk to the bathroom alone after watching a scary movie. There was absolutely no version of him that would willingly step into a pitch-black closet in that room and close the door. He had no reason to be in there. Whatever I'd been chasing, it took me long enough to realize, but it wasn't him. I went back to my nieces, scooped them up faster than I could explain, and got us all upstairs. The change in light hit me hard. I remember squinting, the bright living room feeling almost aggressive after the dark below. My dad was on the couch, and right next to him, legs crossed, eyes on the TV, was my brother. Same Superman shirt, same shorts. He hadn't moved in a while, apparently. My dad confirmed it without me even having to ask. He said that he'd been sitting there the whole morning. My brother looked over at me, probably confused by whatever expression was on my face, and asked what was wrong. I didn't know how to answer. I still don't, really. Whatever was in that basement with us that morning, whatever smiled from that doorway, leading me to a dark room. It was the only thing like that I'd ever experienced in that house. But it was enough. Some things only need to happen once to stay with you forever. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower. Probably because it related to my situation so incredibly, I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history, too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit, knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't, and then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. Not to. This place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past. That was weird. Before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door, because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me, and I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. The moment you think someone is inside your house when they shouldn't be, that's a very specific kind of fear. It's different from being startled. It's quieter and heavier. Your brain stops looking for explanations and immediately jumps to survival. I learned that a few years ago while staying at a lake cabin with 2 friends. The place belonged to one of their relatives and sat about 20 minutes outside the nearest town. It was a property full of woods that came right up to the edge of the yard, and at night, the only sounds you heard were insects, the occasional splash of water. The first night we grilled some dinner, stayed up too late talking, and eventually everyone wandered off to bed sometime after midnight. I took a small back bedroom that faced the trees. I remember locking the back door before going to sleep because my friend had mentioned that raccoons sometimes figured out how to open the doors if it wasn't secured properly. It was one of those heavy doors with 2 locks, an old sliding chain. I checked all of them before turning off the lights. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not suddenly, just that slow kind of waking where you're not sure why you're awake yet. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of moonlight coming through the window. I could hear the steady hum of the ceiling fan and someone snoring faintly from one of the other bedrooms down the hall. And then I heard it. A footstep. Soft, but unmistakable. It came from the living room. I stayed still for a moment, trying to decide if I'd imagined it. Old cabins do make noise. Wood contracts. Even furniture shifts slightly. Then I heard it again. Another step. Slow, careful. The sound of someone walking across the floor. My first thought wasn't anything paranormal. It was that someone had broken in. The cabin wasn't exactly in a populated area. If someone had been watching the place, they'd know it was mostly empty, except for the occasional weekend. I sat up in bed and listened. The footsteps continued across the living room. Then they stopped. Right outside the hallway leading to the bedrooms. At one point, I quietly got out of bed and stepped toward my door. The hallway was completely dark, but I could see the faint outline of the living room beyond it, from the moonlight through the windows. I expected to see someone standing there. Instead, I saw something move. A dark shape crossed the living room and slipped behind the couch. Not fast, just that quiet, natural movement of someone trying not to be noticed. I was certain that someone was inside the cabin. I stepped into the hallway and called out, "Hey." No response. I walked slowly into the living room, expecting at any moment for someone to jump out or run for the door. But the room was empty. I checked behind the couch. Nothing. I checked the small bathroom near the kitchen. Empty. Then I checked the front door, which was still locked, both the handle and the deadbolt. And then I remembered the back door. I walked over, and the back door was still locked. Deadbolt engaged, chain slid into place. Exactly how we'd left it before bed. There were only 2 doors to that cabin, both locked from the inside. All the windows were shut and latched, and the cabin didn't have any kind of attic or crawl space for someone to hide in. I stood there in the middle of the living room for a long time, just listening. Eventually, I convinced myself that maybe the shadows had tricked my eyes. Maybe I had been half asleep and imagined the movement. But what stuck with me was not exactly what I saw. It was the footsteps, because those footsteps sounded exactly like someone walking across the floor. Weight shifting, wood creaking under pressure. A real presence moving through the room. I didn't sleep much that night. Not necessarily scared, but my mind was just sort of racing. The next morning when my friends woke up, I walked around the cabin again just to make sure I hadn't missed something obvious. A loose window, a hidden door, anything. But the place was sealed up tight, which means one of 2 things happened that night. Either my brain somehow invented the sound of someone walking through the cabin, or something walked in there with us and just never needed the door to do it. My Aunt Libby hates Dolly Parton. Now, where we're from, an opinion like that is considered blasphemous on all accounts, so a few nights back, when 9 to 5 started playing on the Spotify, and she told me to change the song, I may have spoken out of turn when I looked at her and said, "You must be out of your fucking mind, Auntie." I don't know what came over me, but only a raging lunatic would have suggested changing the song. She said, "What?" And I doubled down, pulling into question her Tennessee heritage. I deserved to have a beer tossed my way. Hell, I expected the blue aluminum can to be thrown. What I didn't account for was Libby's throwing abilities and how full the beer would be. Both maxed out in their own respects. There's still a bruise above my right eye where she got me. I said, "Damn, Auntie," and then started telling her about all of the charitable work Dolly does for all of Tennessee, around the world, too. Auntie told me it wasn't about who she was as a person. It's her music she can't listen to, and it has nothing to do with the actual music itself. I said that don't make no sense at all, and that's when Auntie Libby told me to shut the hell up and she'd explain. She starts by telling me, "If you laugh, I'm gonna beat your ass." She actually said that, so I wasn't prepared for the story she actually went into, and I don't know what part she thought I would laugh at, but I promise there was no humor to be found in her story, and I wound up feeling pretty terrible for bringing up such a sore subject. Auntie grew up near Memphis in a little duplex with her mom and dad and her brother, my future dad. They shared the residence with another family who also had a little girl around Libby's age. At the time, they would play together on the front deck both houses shared. They were Unit A, and Libby's was Unit B. The girl's name was JoJo, and one summer afternoon, the girls were playing dolls on the front deck over by JoJo's front door. With the way the sun came around, Unit A spent most of the time in the shade. Next, Libby says they both watched a young man come running around the corner of their street. As he was jetting past the duplex, he looks over and notices the girls. Slowing his pace down to a jog, he throws a white brick in their direction. Both of the girls duck out of the way, and it bounces into JoJo's front door. The man screams, "Hide it!" as he disappears in between another set of houses. Seconds later, more galloping sets of feet come rounding the corner. 2 police officers were in hot pursuit behind the man. They pay the girls no attention as they ran by. Only when they're out of sight do the girls turn around to inspect what had gotten chucked at them. Libby picked it up. They both inspected every angle of it, but neither of them could figure out what it was. It was shaped like a brick, but not made of concrete. It looked like something white had been tightly packed in plastic, compacted into a dense rectangular package. The guy that threw it sure acted like it was important to him. JoJo's dad was on probation, and if the cops came back, she didn't want them coming to her door. She was terrified of the police. They beat her dad pretty good in front of the family last time he was arrested. Beat him right on the spot where they were playing just 2 years prior. Her mom had a restraining order against him, but after he got out, the Lovebirds had resolved things and gotten back together. JoJo told Libby to take the brick over to her unit to hide it somewhere there. Libby didn't argue because she'd also seen JoJo's daddy get his ass whooped that day. She could also recognize JoJo probably had bigger feelings about how everything transpired. Libby's daddy was standing right next to her watching the cops take turns using their boots and billy clubs on JoJo's dad. They were yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." It was Libby's dad who was brave enough to crack the door open a bit and say something like, "All right, gentlemen, let's wrap it up over there." Needless to say, nobody wanted to relive that day. Not Libby, not JoJo, and surely not her poor daddy. So Libby had the bright idea to stash the brick in a cupboard under the sink, behind the chemical sprays and extra sponges. She returned to the shady side of the porch, triumphant in her goal to fulfill the stranger's request, and both girls would return to their imaginary fantasy land with their dolls. The next day, Libby would get up and go to school like any typical day, but when she got home, she opened her front door, and the first person she saw was her brother, Laney. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible boulder while up against the wall. He had both of his arms frozen in an L position. His head was ducking down, and suddenly she heard the swish of a leather belt cutting through the air and landing square on Laney's shoulder with a loud smack. He's screaming, confused as hell why he's getting the belt right now. Walking into the house and setting down her backpack, Libby stands there trying to figure out what's going on. Their mom's also in the living room, and she's equally as fumed as their dad. She's yelling at Laney, asking if he's some gorilla pimp drug dealer. Libby asks what he did, and their mother tells her that her big brother thinks he's a hustler. She went under the sink looking for a cleaning sponge, and can you guess what she found? Libby had a good idea, but she let her mom say it, because she really didn't know what exactly that brick was made out of until her mom said it. Then she flushed it to hell. It was only when their dad had tired himself out that he had stopped to listen to Libby explain the full story of how the brick came to be. Everyone went to bed feeling weird that night. Libby says another week would go by and nobody would mention it again. The whole thing was practically forgotten by the family until that fateful night. Libby's family was watching Alf on TV, and their dad had to keep turning up the volume to compete with the neighbors' music shaking the wall they shared. For some reason, they were playing Dolly Parton vinyls on full blast, and dancing around like barnyard animals. It was all interrupted when a pair of headlights panned across their windows. A car was turning to park outside of the duplex. They didn't have a driveway, and so the car parked in front of their dad's work truck. Lainey was trained to peek outside the blinds to make sure nobody was stealing tools from the truck. These men pulling up weren't interested in the truck. They killed the engine, and 3 men exited the vehicle, and they wasted no time walking straight to the duplex. Lainey relays what he's seeing, and their dad turns down Alf when they heard the neighbor's door get a few loud knocks. Libby and everyone in Unit B sit quietly, trying to hear what's going on. Dolly Parton's still playing on max volume, but they could hear men shouting and things breaking over the music. There was screaming. Jojo's mom was the loudest, but they were all in hysterics. Libby's dad called the cops, and while on the phone with the operator, a series of gunshots ring out over the noise. A bullet goes through the wall and embeds itself inches above Lainey's head. The screaming was replaced by footsteps and slamming doors as the men exited the unit and ran back to the car. What was left was only a Dolly Parton song to fill the deathly silence. A few minutes later, the police arrived, but the shooters were long gone by then, and Jojo's family were all deceased. They interviewed the adults in Libby's unit. They described what they'd seen and heard, the best that they could, but she doesn't remember ever hearing anyone getting charged for it. The police suggested that Libby's family get a motel for the night while they worked through the crime scene. The next day, they thought the property would have been cleaned up in some way by the cops, but besides the caution tape and various warnings stapled to the door of Unit A, it remained pretty much untouched after that night. The landlord never got around to cleaning it up. That side of the duplex stayed boarded up indefinitely. Libby told me that the worst part of it all would be when the family continued to hear noises coming from their neighbor's vacant unit. The parents couldn't explain it. Their dad would reluctantly walk across the deck to check if anyone had broken into the other unit because some of the sounds they'd hear were clearly recognizable as humans laughing and talking. Libby said she'd often hear Jojo's voice talking, and she always thought that she was trying to talk to her. Libby would put her ear against the wall to listen, but the voices would always stop, like they knew someone was eavesdropping. Their family had to live like that for a whole year until their lease was up. And honestly, I can't imagine that. I also can't understand why my dad never thought to tell me this story. This morning, I received a strange call from my cousin, Violet. When I answered, she first asked me if I was okay. I said, "Yeah, bitch, it's 4 a.m. Why are you calling?" Violet exhales and says, "I just received a message from your mom." Yes, my mom, who passed away in December. Violet liked to play, but she knew the humor boundaries. I could tell from the tone in her voice that she wasn't joking. I said, "Oh yeah? Did she come to you in a dream?" Violet says no, that she'd been woken up by someone knocking on her bedroom window. Her area has lots of raccoons. They like to just get into stuff, so it wasn't just the knocking that got her up. She said that she heard a voice and recognized it to be my mom's, calling to her, "Vivi, come here." She didn't say it sounded like her. She said it was her. But not because she's dead, right? Violet says it felt so real, and being just woken up, she'd almost overlooked how wrong this whole thing was. It was only when she'd gotten out of bed and actually taken a look out of her window that it all began to sink in. She didn't see my mom. Violet paused and thought that she must have just dreamed it, but she again hears my mom call her name through the muted layer of glass. It's unmistakable, and this time, she was wide awake to really absorb every detail of the voice. Violet knew my mom was dead. She sat with me at the funeral. They even have some of her ashes. Even with these grounded facts and staring out into an empty lot, Violet still popped her window up and called out into the darkness, "Auntie?" Hanging halfway out her window, she listened intently for a reply. Now, this is what really turned my tummy, so much so that I haven't gone back to sleep since our phone call this morning, because she said while she was leaning out her windowsill, she was looking straight out into the darkness. When the voice replied, it sounded like it was right below her, as if my mom had really been standing under her window. It said, "I'm not sad anymore." And that was it. Violet called out to her a few more times, but that was the last thing she heard back. Then she called me right after. About a year before her death, my mom and I had fallen out because I'd caught her in a lie about her sobriety while she was babysitting my daughter. I don't need to go into more details, as that pretty much sums it up. But she was never one to take accountability for anything, and, well, I guess I thought that I'd have more time to resolve things with her. I'm pretty sure the last words I ever said to her were, "Get sober or fuck off." Literally. And I wish I felt worse about it. I wish those words would move her enough to take action. Maybe that's why she went to Violet. My mom knew she'd be receptive to it. As much as she'd deny it, my cousin was gifted with an innate ability to communicate with the other side. This interaction with my mom only confirmed what I already believed. Violet doesn't like when the dead come to speak to her. She describes it like being in a room full of people, but only one person can understand your language. Naturally, they'll gravitate toward the person who can interpret what they're saying. Once, when we were younger, I remember us being at a park together. We'd separated from each other. She went to the monkey bars and I went to the slide. After I took my turn, I went over to where Violet was, and I'm not making this up. I saw her standing in the wood chips beneath the bars, with her hands stretched straight up. The monkey bars were still a good 3 or 4 feet out of reach for her from there. Without bending her knees or any sort of jump, I watched her levitate up to the bars. It completely blew my mind. I thought, my cousin's magic, and I just found out her secret. But when I ran over there and asked, "How did you get up there?" she said, "That man lifted me." I'm like, what? I do a quick scan around the playground, but we were the only ones there. I believe Violet was probably unaware that some of the conversations she had are with ghosts. Over the years, she learned to repress the feeling of embarrassment and trepidation when someone asks who she's talking to. She said not all, but most of the encounters she's had, or at least can confirm, the spirits simply wanted to say hello and to be acknowledged back. Some have more to say, but it's rare for her to be approached by someone begging for help with unfinished business. Oddly enough, that's how she grew to differentiate between the living and the dead. In Violet's opinion, it's the living who only reach out when they're in need. If she finds herself in a conversation about the weather or something trivial, she puts that person in her memory bank as a ghost. Saying this out loud, though, I do worry about her dating life. It must be maddening to make the guess with each passing interaction that she has. I can understand how some people can get the wrong vibe from her. On more than one occasion, someone will come up to me and say, "I just met your cousin. Is she all right?" And all I can say is, "Yeah, Violet's cool. She probably just thought you were a ghost." Anyway, I've been sitting with that message all morning. I'm not sad anymore. At first I tried to interpret it the way that people do when they're grieving. You know, the comforting version. Maybe Violet had a dream that felt real. Maybe her brain filled in a voice that she knew well. But the thing about Violet is that she's never described those encounters as dreamlike. She says they feel exactly like talking to someone standing in the room with you. And she was wide awake. I keep thinking about the way she described the voice, being right below the window, not distant, but right there. If Violet hadn't leaned out to look, she might have thought my mom was actually standing outside. Before we hung up, I asked her, did it sound like she wanted anything else? Violet said no. She said my mom didn't sound desperate or confused, or like it was trying to convince her of anything. She said it sounded calm, like someone who had just finished saying what they came to say. And then she told me something that I've been thinking about, of course. She said when spirits come to her, they almost always want to talk longer, sometimes even repeat themselves. Sometimes they linger nearby even after the conversation ends, but this one didn't. After my mom said that sentence, Violet said the feeling was just gone, like she'd stepped out of the room. I don't know if the message was really meant for Violet or for me. I'm sure I was meant to receive it, and I'm grateful for that. I think maybe my mom knew I wouldn't have listened. Or maybe she knew that I'd spend the rest of my life questioning whether I imagined it or not. Violet wouldn't do that. She'd hear it, repeat it exactly as it was said, and move on, which is exactly what she did. This happened back in the winter of '97, somewhere along I-90 heading west through South Dakota. I'd been running long haul for a while at that time. I thought I'd seen just about every kind of bad weather the road could throw at me, but that storm was like nothing I'd seen. It was snowing so hard the road ahead might as well have been painted white. Visibility dropped to maybe 50 feet, sometimes less. The kind of night where you grip your wheels so tight that your knuckles ache. Because if you lose focus, even for a second, you're off the road and buried. I wasn't the only one caught in it. Not long after the snow started dumping, 3 other rigs and I ended up grouping together, convoy style. Safety in numbers, right? We kept a steady distance. Headlights were glowing faint in the wall of snow. Each of us just close enough to the other to be safe. The CB chatter kept us sane. Nothing fancy, just updates. Slow it down, boys. Road slick as hell. Or mile marker 212. Drifts covering the right lane. Voices breaking through the static were a lifeline. A reminder that you weren't alone in the whiteout. Hours crawled by like that. 4 trucks carving a path through a storm that felt like the whole world had gone silent, except for the hiss of the snow, growl of the engines. But then just like that, I was alone. I didn't notice at first. The storm was so thick. It only took a few seconds without taillights in view to make you wonder if you'd drifted too far back. I eased off the throttle, waiting for the glow of brake lights to cut through. Nothing. Breaker 19. You boys still there? I asked into the mic. Nothing. Convoy, you copy? Static. Like the storm had swallowed the signal whole. I tapped the brakes and leaned forward, peering into the whiteout. No shapes or light. The 3 rigs that had been with me for hours were gone. I pulled over as best as I could, hazards flashing dim in the snow. I sat there listening to the CB just hiss. My heart was pounding and I couldn't really figure out why. The road behind me was nothing but darkness. No headlights approaching. And ahead, just endless white. I sat like that for maybe 10 minutes, trying every channel, calling out until my throat was dry. But there was never an answer. Not even distant chatter from other drivers. Finally, I eased back onto the highway. My logbook shows that I drove nearly 30 miles before I saw another vehicle. A plow truck cleaning the eastbound side. I flagged him on the CB, asked if he'd seen any rigs ahead of me. He said the road was empty, and that it had been all night. To this day, I don't know what happened. I checked news reports later, and there were no wrecks or pileups, no stranded rigs pulled out of ditches. It was just like those 3 trucks never existed. People are quick to say that I was tired, or I imagined it, or I just lost them in the storm. But I don't think so. I remember their lights and their voices on the radio. The comfort of knowing that someone was actually fighting the storm with me. Do any other 90s Nevada kids have a memory of a school assembly with a guy coming in to talk about drinking and driving? He was in an electric wheelchair, dyed his hair blue. He may have only been hired in Clark County, but this couldn't have been isolated to just my elementary school. I have no clue what his name was, but yeah, tell me if you remember this. And if you don't, just keep in mind that I wasn't even 10 yet. And this guy starts his story by telling us that he and his girl had just scored a bag of angel dust after a night of heavy drinking. Guy had a Pontiac Firebird, brand new. He used to be a business guy, someone making a lot of money in a high-up position, probably like a Wolf on Wall Street kind of guy. He's cruising, going way above the speed limit, and thinks that he sees an animal on the road. He swerves, slams into a telephone pole. Girl goes out the windshield, like a torpedo. His words, not mine. But he was wearing his seatbelt. He didn't remember putting it on. Said Jesus clicked it for him. Jesus must have forgotten about his passenger. He didn't say that, and I didn't ask. But I did ask my teacher why Jesus didn't click his girlfriend's seatbelt too, and the teacher laughed, but had no answer for me. All right, guy hits the pole, girlfriend flies away, dies. He sees her go, unbuckles his Jesus belt, gets out to go find her. His arm and shoulder are broken from the airbag, but he can't feel anything because he's still jazzing on the multitude of substances he consumed earlier. The telephone pole almost completely split the car in half, like he could have stepped out the open side on his right, but instead exited out the car door to look for his girlfriend. At the end, he trips and lands on the live wires of the telephone pole and electrocutes himself, to the extent of needing his left arm and both legs amputated. His shtick was to use the good arm to pull out a trucker hat from behind his back. Across the front of the hat, in large graffiti-looking font, it said, "Handy." Then he puts it on his head and proudly screams, "This is my only handicap," while pointing at it, almost challenging us to say anything otherwise. It was an uncomfortable joke, and a lot of us didn't know whether to laugh or continue to feel bad for the man. We were definitely too young for his story. And that's why I'm wondering if anyone else that didn't go to Hickory Ridge recalled this guy, because he got really off track. Started telling some wild story that happened right before he fell on the wires. Like, took the assembly from its scheduled 30 minutes to over an hour. Our recess bell rang, but the teacher didn't let us leave. I'm gonna call this guy Sam. Sam gets to the part where he realizes his girlfriend's been ejected through the windshield. A girl a few rows in front of me raises her hand. She asks, "Where'd she go?" Sam says something along the lines of, "I don't know if I can get into all of that." But what big room full of children wouldn't all start coaxing him to get into all of whatever that was? He looked in the direction of our principal, who had only been paying attention enough to give a thumbs up before returning to her conversation with another teacher. Sam says, "All right." He sits up in his chair and leans forward the best he could. The happy, high-pitched, almost annoying voice that he was using switched to low and serious. Then he starts by asking if anyone knows about the abandoned mine shaft down on Oldman Highway, southern tip of the state. After a brief silence, he says, "Well, a family of Bigfoot lives in that cave, and they despise me, because almost a year before that accident, I was driving down that same road, and one of their young'uns was on the shoulder. I didn't see it when I rounded the corner. That thing broke my windshield. In his rearview mirror, he saw who he presumed to be the young'un's much bigger dad, chasing after the car. After that, he said he did his best to stay out of that area because they could smell his scent, and every time he drove through after that, he'd always eventually see the Bigfoot stalking him, hiding behind the trees or big rocks. It would always make sure that he knew, that they knew he was there. On the night of the accident he came to talk about, he didn't want to go down there, but the only dealer that would answer his calls was a guy in Golden Shores, and the fastest road from point A to B was Oltman Highway. Being an addict, he chose the quicker route, rather than the safer trip, which added an extra half hour. Then, Sam says, remember the animal in the road, the one that I swerved into the telephone pole for. That's only true on police paperwork. What really happened is I got ambushed by the Bigfoot. He chose that night to seek his revenge on me. He says the Bigfoot gave him one too many chances to stay away, and when he caught up to the Firebird that Sam was driving, the Bigfoot came from the side and shoulder rammed the side of the car, sending it into the telephone pole. He points to the kid who had the original question and goes, "You asked where the girl went, right?" Their nervous head nods yes, and Sam says, "Yeah, well, she went far away. Not anywhere close to the car. And that's why you should always wear your seatbelt." He tells us that he went looking for her, calling her name while slowly making his way down the little embankment off the side of the highway. It was the middle of the night and pretty much impossible to get a good view of anything, and the grass where he thinks she landed was tall and overgrown. He starts to tiptoe, stepping around while kicking through the grass, hoping he'll make contact with her. The pain in his broken bones slowly begin to throb with the rhythm of his heartbeat. At the bottom of the hill, the V-shaped ground rises up to an almost vertical rock wall that leads to a plateau. Somehow after the crash, one of the car's headlights is still working, has a little bit of the rocky incline in its light. Sam heard small rocks falling down the wall. He looked up, saw his girlfriend on the edge of the dim light. From his point of view, it looked like she was hovering above him on her back. Her arms and legs hung limp, her head tilted back. Her blonde hair and dress fluttered beneath in the wind, but her back was curved like she was pushing out with her chest. She hung like that, above his head, before her body floated out of the light. Sam stepped back and watched her continue to levitate upward. Now only brightened with what the moon could provide, she was a little more than a silhouette, hidden in the rock's reflections. Sam stops and asks us if we know why cats' eyes glow red in the dark. In a surprising turn of events, and out of his whole presentation, he tells us a fact that I've been able to remember ever since he told us. There's a reflective layer in their eyes called the tapetum lucidum. It acts like a mirror, reflecting light back through the retina, which boosts the amount of light available for the cat to see in low light conditions. He says cats have them, owls have them, but other creatures have them too. They can see you a lot better in the dark than you can see them. He says that he backed up more, and he saw two big red eyes hovering just above the girl's chest. What Sam mistook as floating was her body being dragged up an almost 90-degree rock wall. He thought that he was looking at a mountain lion pulling her up by her shirt in its teeth, but when it fully made its way to the top of the plateau, it stood up on two legs, and Sam could see that it was the Bigfoot. With the girl still firmly in between its snarling teeth, it stared down at Sam. His injuries were becoming increasingly more and more painful as he described the situation, sobering him up. No matter what, his only option was going to be walking miles to the nearest gas station for help. But Sam's too afraid to move as he stared back up at the menacing giant. Another realization sends a jolt of distress through his body, more than the broken bones. Looking up at that Bigfoot, he doesn't think it's the same one that pushed the car off the road. He becomes paranoid that there's a second Bigfoot coming for him, and that's why the first one hadn't left yet. Sam said the moment when it all sank in was the most fear that he'd ever felt in his life. He admitted to urinating himself without even knowing it. Trapped at the bottom, the hill leading to the highway was more forgiving when it came to an incline, and he was able to crawl his way up using one arm. Thinking he was going to get grabbed from behind every agonizing inch he progressed, Sam was exhausted and woozy by the time he reached the top of the hill, back to where his car laid. Debris from it were littering the road in both directions. He looked, and the smell of oil and gas permeated the air. But there was no fire from the wreckage. The thought crossed his mind that if there was a fire, the possibilities of someone seeing it and discovering there'd been an accident and going to look for them would be sooner than not. He was hoping that it would make a big enough smoke cloud to reach over the hills. Maybe someone, anyone, would see it and go investigate. With his good arm, Sam digs in the pockets of his jeans. Every movement he makes sends a binding surge of pain through his body. And of course, what he was searching for had to be in the third of the 4 pockets that he had checked. And with a final exhale, a surge of electricity radiated in him as he retrieved the book of matches that he kept in his pockets for his smokes. Sam had also mentioned that the cigarettes in his pockets were completely destroyed. Not a single smoke survived, which was an additional bummer to the already horrible night he was experiencing. Getting down on one knee, Sam readied the match in his hand while balancing the book using his thigh like a table. He slid it across the rough grain, but it doesn't light. He throws it on the ground and has to repeat the process of pressing it against his thigh and trying to get the matchstick to pull with one hand. His struggle to tear the fire starter makes him unbalanced, and with an unlucky wobble to the left instead of the right, he landed on some live wires that had been taken down on the telephone pole. Sam actually taught us 2 random facts that I've been able to remember up to my adulthood, because he told us that he fell on the live wire, but instead of his muscles contracting, they propelled him like a frog, because it's not the electricity itself that makes a person jump. It's the way the electricity affects the body's muscles. He got as lucky as he could under the circumstances. He got shot backwards 3 to 4 yards, almost down the hill again. The next time he woke up, he was in a hospital, and all of his limbs were gone, except for the one that he was scratching his head with, wondering what happened. Throughout his recovery, police interrogated him about the missing passenger, but he was never convicted for that because they couldn't gather enough evidence or something like that. He breezed past that last part pretty quickly, trying to end the story, as our assembly had gone way over time. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up, and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. So I'm not really a woods person. I'm a strong Wi-Fi and DoorDash kind of person. But my girlfriend at the time, Chloe, was obsessed with this idea of a digital detox. She found this Airbnb cabin that was basically a glorified shed on the edge of a state park. No service, no power, just a wood stove that I didn't know how to work, and a lot of very judgmental-looking pine trees. By the second night, I was losing my mind. Chloe was fast asleep, and I was sitting on the tiny porch trying to find just one bar of service, just so that I could check a score. It was misty, that thick, low-hanging fog that makes everything look kind of like a horror movie set. And then I heard something. It sounded like a heavy suitcase being dragged over gravel, which of course didn't make any sense. I thought that it was a bear, right? Because that's the only scary thing that my brain knows how to categorize. I grabbed the only weapon that I had, which was a heavy maglite flashlight. And I stepped off the porch. Why? No clue. I followed the sound toward the edge of the property where the dirt road meets a massive concrete culvert. One of those big pipes that runs under the road for drainage. The smell hit me first. You ever smell a wet dog that's been rolling around in something rotten? It was thick. It made my eyes water. And then there was this sound. I wouldn't call it a growl. It was a wet, rhythmic sound. Almost like a steam pipe leaking, but it had a pulse to it. I shined my light into the mouth of the culvert. My brain stalled. Computer freezing because it was trying to load too much data. That was me. There was something crouched inside the pipe. It was the size of a large man, but the proportions were wrong. It was definitely pale. Not white, but like the color of a fish's belly. It had these long, spindly limbs that seemed to have too many joints. Its elbows were pointing toward the ceiling of the pipe, while its palms were flat on the floor. My brain was still trying to work it out. Giant spider crossed my mind. Of course not. Because it had skin. It wasn't like fur or scales. It looked tight and translucent almost, over a frame of bone. I could see dark, sluggish fluid moving in its veins beneath the surface. Definitely alive. When the light hit it, it didn't run. It tilted what I can assume is its head. There's no nose, just two vertical slits that were fluttering rapidly, sucking in my scent. I felt like its eyes were these huge, milky orbs. Again, I'm taking this all in a matter of seconds. Shortly after I even laid eyes on the thing, it did something. It started to unfold, crawled out of the pipe entirely. I wasn't enjoying the sounds, these pops and cracks, like someone snapping a handful of dry kindling. As it stood up, it just kept going. It had to be 7.5 feet tall, but it was so thin that it looked like a shadow. I was paralyzed, definitely a deer in the headlights vibe. I couldn't even scream. It took one step towards my direction, and then it was gone. I can't explain if it disappeared, if it ran away, but it wasn't there anymore. No way I imagined something like that. My heart was racing, my palms sweating. I didn't even want to move, but I did want to move. So I couldn't. I was frozen in place, unsure what to do. I immediately remembered real life, thought about Chloe. I dropped the light and just bolted. I didn't look back, burst into the cabin, locked the door. It was this wooden latch thing, like that was going to stop anything. I woke Chloe up, kind of screaming that we had to go. She thought that I was having a panic attack, but she also saw my face. The fact that I was covered in this oily gray soot that seemed to have settled on me from the air around that creature. She didn't argue. We backed the car out so fast that I hit a tree stump. As we swung the headlights around toward the road, they caught the culvert for a split second. It wasn't there anymore, if it was ever there. But the concrete around the mouth of the pipe was steaming. In the middle of a cold, misty night, the stone was radiating heat. I never got my flashlight back. I checked the news for weeks afterwards, looking for pale monster person sightings, but nothing. Just a few reports of unexplained livestock deaths, where animals were found completely drained of fluid, but no visible wounds, so that's weird. I'm sure there's good intentions behind a digital detox, but I haven't done one since. I like my lights to be bright, my doors double bolted, and the only nature that I really want to see is through a window in a high-rise. My husband and I have been trying to eat better. It's our first summer without the children in the house, and we've been trying to get as healthy as we can to stay alive for as long as we can. Dave and I made a routine of walking the neighborhood in the mornings, and we've been able to stick to that for a little over a year. We started this before Jameson had left the nest. It was a part of Dave's physical therapy after the surgery, and although I do love my sleep, I've enjoyed the morning walks when it feels like we're the only ones awake in the world. And we most likely are because these walks start around 4 a.m., so Dave can come home and take a shower before work. I've been bringing bread to feed the raccoons and other nocturnal critters that we see scampering around. On the other side of the neighborhood, when Dave and I first started our walks, there were a handful of times that we'd walk past a young man. He was outside working on his car. I assumed he'd been out there all night tinkering. He wasn't threatening. We'd actually exchanged an awkward wave a couple of times when we happened to walk by while he wasn't shoulder deep in the front of his car. We always knew the mornings we would see him because a tangy smell would waft in the air, one that we could smell many houses down before we got to his. It was the distinct scent of chemicals and cat piss. The first time we smelled it, Dave said, "Uh-oh, someone's been messing around." All the other pieces added up when we saw the guy with tools scattered all around him in the driveway, laying on a skateboard under his car. We were both like, I bet that's where the meth smell came from. And we'd only find out how correct we were after an explosion shook the whole neighborhood one night. Dave and I aren't nosy people, but it sounded like a bomb went off down the street. So he and I quickly got on our shoes and walked outside into the front yard to see what we could see. Our next-door neighbors joined us in their yards, all of us standing in our pajamas looking at a fire on the other block next to ours. It was 2 streets over, to be exact. One of the houses was completely engulfed in flames. There was an eerie stillness that we all shared. None of us were thinking with clear, awake thoughts. It was probably 2 a.m., Besides the sound of crackling wood and a distant car alarm, everything else was silent. Noticing the quietness snapped me out of it because I thought to myself, I wonder where the fire department is. I didn't hear any distant approaching sirens. I think, oh no. And I yelled to our adjacent neighbors, did anyone call 911? Nobody replied, so I ran back into our house and called emergency services as fast as I could. Eventually, they did arrive to extinguish the fire, but the house was destroyed. One of the houses next to it caught fire as well, but theirs wasn't a total loss. We'd find out that they weren't just smoking it, they were making it as well, Breaking Bad style. 6 people lost their lives in that explosion that night. It surprised us that such a dingy operation could have been set up without anyone knowing. Kind of makes you wonder what other activities could be going on in the neighborhood, right under our noses. The house is still a blackened shell of wood next to the other houses around it, and either nobody's been working on getting it cleaned up or the process has been extremely slow. Either way, David and I still walk by it every morning. The chemical and cat piss smell has been diminished a bit, now replaced by the subtle, stagnant burnt wood smell that permeates a 20-yard radius. Besides being an eyesore, it's also creepy. The energy feels oppressing when we walk by it. I can't describe it in a way that doesn't sound dramatic, but I tend to pick up my pace when we get close. Once before we got to the house, we heard talking and laughing. It sounded like we were going to see a group of people being playfully rowdy just as we rounded the bend of the street. David suggested that it might be some kids leaving a house party that spilled into the morning. We joked and even reminisced about the wild parties that we attended in our 20s. Then, as we passed the burnt-down house, David says, "Wait, shh." And then he whispers, "Remember hearing all those people?" I hadn't paid attention after he and I started joking about our times, but his inertia slung my focus right back to the quiet street we were on. He didn't have to say any more. I knew exactly what he was thinking, at least part of what he was thinking. We both heard people getting loud. None of the other houses seemed to notice, and one of the closest was vacant while the roof was being repaired. Still thinking David and I were on the same wavelength, I grabbed his hand and tried to jog away. But he doesn't move, and I'm unintentionally tugged back towards him. I say, "Let's go." But David says, "Look, please look," while pointing at one of the broken-out windows on the second floor. As much as I wanted to bolt, I stood there, and I tried to see what he was pointing at, but the exterior was a black void. I say, "What?" And he says, "Never mind, they're gone." Promising on our marriage and with oddly teary eyes, David tells me that something told him to look up at that area of the house. We've talked about it in the past, how we both don't like looking into open holes of a house, admittedly afraid to see something looking back. It wasn't a literal voice that he heard, more like a sensation that beckoned his attention, and when he glanced over, David saw someone dressed like him darting between the open gaps of the foundation, pointing to his own hood. He said these reflective strips kept catching the streetlight, while the guy disappeared back and forth through the house's destruction. To act out what he'd seen, David pumps his arms, moves his body like he was speed walking, but the distance he covers, it moved much slower, and the whole time he maintained eye contact. He was just staring at me. I asked if that's what the guy was doing to him, and he said yes, but the hood shadowed his face, concealing their features. There's no reason for me not to believe David saw someone in there. I don't know what it could be. When he first stopped me, I thought, oh, did David see a ghost? Maybe it was the spirit of the dead junkie who worked on his car and gave us an uncomfortable wave that couple of times. That would have been nice, I think, if David saw his ghost giving us one more wave goodbye. But instead, he tells me something that I can't even fantasize as nice. It's now objectively scary. So we have officially changed our walks to a half moon instead of a loop, if that makes sense. Any way to avoid passing that house, or what's left of it anyway. I hope they knock it down soon. There's something evil on that property. I don't know if they were worshiping the devil in there before they exploded themselves, but yeah, evil, evil stuff. And don't mess around, I guess. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind. But when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet, almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I see you. Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. Come out now. I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, don't move. The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. My dad's great aunt died when I was about 11 years old. And after she passed, our family inherited what felt like a lifetime of belongings, boxes and boxes of things. Old letters, jewelry, books, photographs, basically over 100 years worth of family history, packed away and handed down. And as strange as it sounds, we also inherited a ghost. I never thought of her that way, though. To me, she was just Auntie. She wasn't frightening. She didn't appear in some dramatic way or move things around the house. She just existed. Quietly, kindly, like someone who'd always been there. I don't remember exactly when I first became aware of her, but I do remember the way she felt. Familiar, safe, like an older relative checking in. At some point, she made one simple request. Her portrait had been hung in the hallway with several other old family photos, those slightly unsettling formal portraits from another era where everyone looks a little too serious. She didn't like that one. She told me gently that she would rather I find a different photo of her, a younger one, and display that instead. I took this very seriously, in the way that kids do when something feels important, even if they don't fully understand why. So I told my dad. He didn't question me much. I think he just chalked it up to me being an imaginative or eccentric kid. He humored me, which I'm grateful for now. We went through a few of those boxes together, digging through stacks of photographs and old albums, but we couldn't find anything that matched what I had in mind. Not the one she wanted. I remember feeling oddly disappointed about that, like I'd let someone down. Eventually, I chose a different photo of her, an older one, and I placed it just outside my bedroom door. It felt like a compromise. After that, life moved on. As I got older, I stopped thinking about Auntie as much. I figured that it had just been something I imagined as a kid, the kind of thing that makes sense at the time but fades as you grow up. Years passed. I moved out, started my own life, and I only really thought about that house when I came back to visit my parents. Then, a few years ago, I went home for Christmas. Everything was just as it should be when you go back home to visit. But then, one afternoon, I suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go up into the attic. It wasn't a passing thought. It was persistent and focused, like a voice sitting quietly in the back of my mind, repeating the same thing over and over. Go get the portraits. Take them down. Take them home with you. Do it now. The feeling was certainty. I remember standing at the bottom of the attic stairs for a moment, trying to reason with myself. I didn't have space in my apartment for boxes of old photographs. It didn't make much sense. But the feeling wouldn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. So I went up there. The attic was exactly how I remembered it. Dusty, quiet, and filled with boxes that hadn't been touched for years. I started going through them one by one. At first, it felt almost ridiculous. I told myself that I was just doing it because I liked history, because I thought it would be interesting to look through old family photos. But the deeper I went, the more focused I became. Like I was looking for something specific, even if I didn't know exactly what. It took a while. There were a lot of boxes. But eventually, at the bottom of one of them, I found it. A portrait. I knew immediately. Before I even turned it over, before checking anything, I felt it. This is the one. My hands were shaking a little when I flipped it around. On the back, written in faded ink, were 2 words. Aunt Jane. I just sat there for a minute, holding it. Because I knew this was the photo she wanted me to find all of those years ago. The young portrait. The one we couldn't find back then. I ended up taking as many of the photos as I could carry home with me that day, including hers. It took me a long time to process how strange that whole experience was. And it really didn't start processing until the end of it. The following summer, a tornado hit my parents' house. It didn't completely destroy it, but it was enough to tear apart the roof, especially over the attic. A lot of things stored up there were damaged, some completely ruined. And I remember thinking about those boxes, all those photographs. If they'd been sitting up there still, untouched, they wouldn't have survived. But the ones that I had taken, they were perfectly fine. Safe at my house. I don't really talk about this story much. It sounds strange even to me, but every now and then I'll walk past that portrait in my apartment and think about how patient she must have been, waiting all of those years for me to come back and finally bring her home. Or did she never really want to leave at all, and only decided to out of self-preservation? Either way, I'm happy to have her home with me. When I was 12 years old, I had one of those experiences that just stays with you. It stuck with me because of how normal everything felt at the time. Nothing about the day suggested anything unusual was going to happen. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but I guess my point is, there was nothing unusual about my house, about my life. I'd just gotten home from school. It was a weekday afternoon, and I just followed the same routine. I walked the few blocks home, dropped my backpack by the front door, and stepped inside, expecting the house to be empty for a while. My mom had told me earlier that she was going to visit my uncle that afternoon, and his house was across town. I knew she wouldn't be back until the evening. The house felt quiet the way it usually did when I got home, before anyone else. You know the kind of quiet I mean. No TV on, no dishes clinking in the sink, just the faint hum of your appliances and the occasional sound of traffic, maybe a bird. I walked into the living room and tossed my backpack on the couch. And then I hear my mom's voice, clear as day. She called my name from somewhere deeper inside the house. It sounded like it came from the hallway that led toward the bedrooms. Connor, hey. Just like that. Not loud or urgent. It was just the casual way she would call my name to get my attention. I remember pausing for a moment because my first thought was that she must have come home earlier than expected. Maybe plans changed with my uncle. But I didn't answer right away. I was halfway through taking my shoes off and just figured that I'd finish what I was doing before walking down the hall to see what she wanted. A minute or two passed, and then I heard her voice again. Connor, hey. It was the exact way that my mom sounded when she called my name from another room. There was nothing strange about it, but I felt strange. I remember thinking, it's weird that she hadn't come into the living room yet. Usually when she got home, she'd call out once and then walk in to see what I was doing. So I finally answered, yeah? But there was no response, just silence. The bedrooms were all down that corridor along with the bathroom and my parents' room at the far end. As I walked down the hall, I expected to see my mom stepping out of one of the rooms, but every door was open and every room was empty. I checked the bathroom, nothing. I checked my room, nothing there either. The house was exactly the way that it had been when I first walked in, completely empty. I stood there for a minute feeling confused. I remember even walking back to the kitchen and checking the back door, thinking maybe she came home and stepped outside again for some reason. But the back door was still locked. The front door too. There were no signs that anyone had come in or out of the house. For a while, I stood there convincing myself that I had imagined it. Sometimes when you're alone, no, I couldn't allow myself to buy that. I heard my mom calling my name, and now she just wasn't here. I can't explain how exactly like my mom it sounded, as if she was standing in the hallway calling me. I did eventually shrug it off, go about my afternoon, even tried calling my mom, but there was no answer. I turned the TV on and made a snack and tried not to think about it too much. About 2 hours later, I heard the front door open. My mom walked in carrying a grocery bag. Connor, hey, she said. I asked if she'd come home earlier and then gone back out again. She looked at me like I was crazy. No, she said. I've been at your uncle's house all afternoon. I told you. I even asked if she'd called the house phone or something like that earlier, but she didn't. She hadn't. She hadn't spoken to anyone at home since she left that morning. But to this day, I remember exactly how her voice sounded. Clear, calm. I mean, it was my mom. But it wasn't. This might not be the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, but it's one of the only moments from my childhood that I can still remember perfectly. One of those memories that feels frozen in time. I was probably 8 or 9 years old when it happened. My parents and I were driving across the country to visit relatives for a holiday, and at some point late in the evening we decided to stop somewhere for the night to break up the journey. Instead of a hotel, we ended up staying in a small bed and breakfast in a rural town. I remember it being an older house. It was one of those places that had clearly been converted from a large family home years earlier. Everything inside felt slightly old-fashioned. The carpets were thick, the furniture was heavy and wooden, and the hallways had that quiet creaking sound that old houses make when people walk through them. My grandma's was like that. Since it was just the three of us traveling, we shared a room. My parents took the main bed, and I slept in a smaller bed pushed up against a far wall of the room. I remember being pretty tired from the long drive. The room was dim except for a lamp on the nightstand, and I fell asleep quickly. At some point during the night, I woke up suddenly. I don't remember hearing anything first. What woke me up was the feeling of pressure, like someone had pushed hard against my back. My bed was right up against the wall, and I'd been sleeping facing the room, but the pressure came from the other side, between me and the wall. It wasn't a light touch, a strong push. For a second, I thought maybe I'd rolled over in my sleep and hit the wall somehow, but then the blankets moved. The loose sheets at the side of the bed suddenly pressed tightly against my body, like someone had grabbed them and tucked them in hard. It felt exactly like when a parent pulls the blankets around you at night, except my parents were across the room, asleep. I turned my head and looked over my shoulder. The blankets were pushed tightly against me there too. And right there, on the mattress beside me, was the clear impression of a hand pressing down through the sheets. You could see the shape of the fingers, 5 of them, spread out slightly, like someone had just finished pushing the bedding into place. I stared at it for a few seconds, trying to understand what I was looking at. The room was completely quiet and mostly dark. My parents were still asleep, and the handprint slowly faded as the mattress rose back into place. I didn't say anything that night. I just pulled the blankets over my head and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, I did tell my parents about it over breakfast. Of course, they assumed I must have dreamed it. And honestly, for years, I thought maybe they were right. At least I told myself that they were right. I couldn't afford to lose sleep. But it still sticks in my mind that what woke me up was that feeling, that push, strong enough to wake me up instantly. I wasn't in some sort of vague half-sleep state. Decades later, even now, I can still picture exactly what I saw when I looked back at the bed. Just so clearly, a hand pressed into the mattress. I used to work for a small outfitter company in Montana, leading backpacking trips deep into the wilderness. It wasn't a bad gig, long days, good pay, and I got to spend weeks at a time out in nature. But there's one trip I still can't explain, no matter how many times I go over it in my head. It was a 6-day trek, just me and a father with his 2 teenage sons. They were city folks, not used to the wilderness, but they caught on quickly. By the fourth night, we were miles from anywhere, camped near a glacial lake, with nothing but trees, mountains, and silence around us. The fire was dying down when I told them to hit the sack. We would have a long hike ahead of us. I stayed up a bit longer, making sure our food was properly hung before heading to my own tent. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to footsteps outside my tent. Not the quick, nervous movements of an animal. Someone was walking around our camp. I reached for my knife and listened. The footsteps circled our camp, slow and steady. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I possibly could and peeked out. The fire was just embers now, casting a weak glow over the trees. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were there, moving. I whispered the father's name. No answer. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Just the sound of the wind through the trees. Then, from the darkness, something whistled. 3 notes. High, low, high. It echoed through the trees. I remember gripping my knife so tight, my hand actually hurt. After a minute, the footsteps started again. This time, moving away from our camp. The whistle came once more, farther now, before everything went silent. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I checked the perimeter, looking for tracks. The ground was soft, plenty of footprints, but only ours. A few miles into our hike that morning, the youngest kid asked if I'd heard it. The whistling, he said. I just nodded. His dad asked what he was talking about, and the kid said, "It was weird. It sounded just like Uncle Mike." I stopped walking. "Uncle Mike?" "Yeah," he said. "The whistle. That's the one that he used to call us inside for dinner." I didn't know what to say, and his dad went pale. "Mike's been dead for 5 years," he muttered. We hiked a little faster after that. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place, and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta. But there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else, something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic setting quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. The other creepy thing I've seen wasn't in a yard, and it wasn't near people. It didn't involve voices or tapping. It was just me, the truck, and the highway. This was in West Virginia, middle of the night. I don't remember the exact stretch of road, but if you've driven West Virginia, you know the kind I'm talking about. 2 lanes, no shoulder worth a damn. Trees pressed in close on both sides like they're trying to reclaim the asphalt. It's suffocating. No towns, no exits for miles, just darkness and hills. I was cruising along, wide awake, doing my thing, not tired or zoning out. Radio was low, dash lights dim. It was calm. I was in that weird focused headspace I get into after enough years on the road. It's where driving feels automatic, but you're still alert. And that's when I saw something that I thought was a reflection, but it wasn't. My brain's first move, of course, was to explain it away. Headlights bouncing weird off a sign, light refracting through fog, something normal doing something odd. But this wasn't that. Off to the right of the highway, maybe 50 feet up, was a light. Not a spotlight or a star. And it wasn't a plane. It wasn't high enough to be anything in the sky, really. It was just there. An orb. About the size of a baseball. Maybe a little bigger. It wasn't bright like headlights or harsh like LED. It had this soft glow to it. Almost translucent, like you could see into it instead of just looking at it. White, but not pure white. More like pale yellow, with some depth to it. I noted that it wasn't moving exactly. It was just floating. I slowed down without even realizing I was doing it. My eyes kept darting back to it, checking the mirrors, checking the road, checking the orb again. I expected it to do something. Shoot off, blink out, drop. Anything that would give my brain something to grab onto. Well, it didn't. It stayed exactly where it was, hovering above the trees like it belonged there. I passed it, and that's when it hit me about how wrong it felt. As I went by it, it didn't fade behind me the way lights usually do. It just stayed in place until it was gone from view, swallowed by the curve of the road. I kept driving and didn't pull over. I didn't grab my phone. I didn't say anything out loud. I just kept my hands steady on the wheel and watched the road like my life depended on it. I can't tell you how odd it felt to drive past it. My heart was actually pounding. I guess not in a panicked way. More like my body knew something my brain didn't have the words for yet. In all my life, and at that point, years of over-the-road driving, I'd never seen anything like that. Not even close. There's really no explanation that fits for me. It wasn't swamp gas, no way. It wasn't ball lightning. It certainly wasn't a drone. Not a flare. Couldn't have been headlights through the fog or dust or rain. The air was clear. The weather was calm. Nothing else was around. Just that light. When it finally disappeared from my mirrors completely, the road felt strange, in a way that I still can't really define. I just felt like I'd passed through something instead of past it. I drove another couple of hours before stopping. When I did, I sat in the cab longer than usual before climbing into the bunk. I kept replaying it in my head, trying to remember every detail, hoping I'd catch some mistake, some clue that I'd misinterpreted what I saw. But I didn't, and even now, years later, that moment is still crystal clear. The size, the height, the stillness, the color. I've never seen anything like it. It didn't chase me or interact with me. It just existed, but I felt it. Whatever it was, it didn't feel like it was meant for me. It felt like I had just happened to see it. And I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but it'll always be strange. This actually happened a few weeks ago, and I haven't stopped thinking about it since. My wife was out of town for work, so it was just me and the kids at home. That night, after a normal evening of homework and late-night cartoons, I put the kids to bed and turned in myself. I remember falling asleep quickly. The house was still and quiet, in the way that it only is when you're the only adult there to listen to every creak or groan. Sometime around 1 a.m., my son crawled into bed beside me. He does that every so often. Bad dreams, weird noises, or just one of those nights that he needs to be close. I barely stirred, just shifted to make room for him and went back to sleep. What woke me up a second time was the soft click of the bedroom door. I opened my eyes in that half-asleep state where nothing feels real, but everything is vivid. The room was dimly lit from the hallway nightlight. I saw the door slowly swing closed, and then, clear as day, a young girl walked across the end of the bed. She was wearing a red sweater, and she had shoulder-length brown hair. I didn't panic. My first thought was that it was my daughter. She sleepwalks sometimes, and it wouldn't be the first time she wandered down to our room in the middle of the night. I checked the clock, 3:02 a.m. The girl didn't say anything. She just moved across the foot of the bed and stopped at the doorway to the bathroom. I propped myself up on one elbow, watching her silhouette in the dim light. Something felt off. The stillness, the silence, the way her head stayed perfectly forward, not glancing at me or the bed. I called my daughter's name gently, not wanting to startle her if she was sleepwalking. There was no response. The girl didn't move, she just stood there. Then, without a sound, she raised her arms straight out to her sides, slowly, like someone performing a ritual or being pulled by invisible strings. Something about the movement, it sent a bolt of cold through me. I said my daughter's name again, louder this time. Nothing. That's when my son bolted upright beside me. He sat up fast, eyes wide, looking toward the bathroom door. "Is that Bella?" he whispered. Before I could respond, I jumped out of the bed and flipped on the light. No one was there. The bathroom was empty. The hallway was quiet. I rushed upstairs and opened my daughter's door. She was fast asleep, tangled in her blankets. I came back down and checked every room. Nothing. But when I stepped back into the bedroom, I felt it immediately. The tile floor where the girl had been standing was freezing cold. Not just a little, noticeably cold. Like an ice pack had been sitting on it. I stood there for a few moments, heart pounding, trying to rationalize it. There was no vent nearby. Just cold tile in a cold room. Eventually, I climbed back into bed. My son lay stiff beside me, both of us wide awake. I didn't sleep for nearly an hour. Just stared at the ceiling, running it over in my mind again and again. The next morning over breakfast, I gently asked my son if he remembered waking up. He nodded. "Yeah, I saw Bella in your room. She was standing in the doorway, wearing that red sweater she wears sometimes." I didn't say anything right away, just watched him for a moment. He wasn't joking. He didn't look confused or unsure. He remembered it too. But here's the thing. My daughter, Bella, she doesn't own a red sweater. I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something, it was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination. But that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night, and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was, or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend, Sarah, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with Sarah was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where Sarah had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except I love yous and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. This is a real-life experience. I was spending a summer with my dad after I finished kindergarten before starting first grade. We lived in a double-wide trailer out in the sticks on a gravel back road. The type of area where you had some woods to play in or head across the street to the recently harvested cornfield to play kickball or tag or some other childhood game. My dad and I lived with my dad's brother and his wife, as well as their 2 daughters. My cousins were a little older than me, about 4 years or so. We decided to play hide and seek one evening in the woods behind the trailer. So many spots to hide, laying down behind a fallen tree, ducking in a riverbed. Heck, if you were really crafty, you could pick a tree and climb it until you could see the whole area. We're on like round 3 when my eldest cousin said, "Is that an abandoned trailer?" When we all regrouped, and me and her sister both shot glances in the direction of her stare, and sure enough, there it was. But it didn't look that old. Just had that standard moss on the sides and dirt buildup that you'd expect a trailer in the woods to have. We sat there and stared at it for a second until my eldest piped up again and said, "You guys want to check it out?" To which me and her sister, both young and eager to venture and rebel, quickly said yes. We get up right next to it, and we can see through the kitchen window, and it's definitely abandoned. But it's weird. Everything is so dusty and disorganized, but not trashed or ransacked. Just kind of like an unorganized clutter. We got to the front door, and oddly enough, it was unlocked. So we get inside, and the amount of dust in the air is so thick that you can feel it when you breathe, like trying to breathe through a t-shirt. We get to looking around, and there's so much cool stuff. An antique rotary phone, engraved wooden cooking utensils, old glass maple syrup decanters, etc. This place was like it was preserved in the 50s or 60s. We made our way back to the master bedroom, and it was so eerie. An old, freshly made bed with a heavy-duty wooden frame, a vanity with various perfumes, makeup items. There was even a small jewelry box, one of those ones with the ballerina in it. We started looking in the closet, and I see this old wedding dress preserved in clear plastic wrap. But it was weird because it looked like it had less dust on it than the other things. That's when a cold chill ran straight up my back and made every hair stand. I turned to my cousins and said, "I think we should leave now." And they agreed, but my oldest cousin grabbed the jewelry box and said, "Finders keepers," and took off with it. I wasn't going to fight her about it because I was younger and smaller and really just wanted to get out. As we're walking out, we noticed one of those old candlesticks with a light bulb in it that was on the table lit up, like someone turned on a switch, but there was no way that this place had electricity. Immediately, we're all spooked, and we run out the door. As we're running away, we look back through the kitchen window again, and all we see is what looked like a silhouette of a very frail old lady with visibly frizzy hair. It was so dark, no features could be seen. My cousin still has the jewelry box to this day, and that still freaks me out. That's the end of this one, but I look forward to hearing yours as well. My grandmother loved her house. She didn't just live in it, she created it. Every detail from the custom woodwork to the imported wallpaper, it was her choice. She sourced antiques from around the world, filled every room with carefully chosen pieces. It was less a home and more a curated museum of her taste, her travels, her spirit. People used to say she poured her heart and soul into it. Maybe she did. When she passed, she died in that house, right in her room. While I was sleeping just one door away, I woke to the sound of her falling. The memories never fully left me. After that night, I couldn't go near that end of the house. The moment I got close to her bedroom, I'd feel strange, chilled, unwell, like the air was thicker, suffocating somehow, and I wasn't supposed to be there. My dog, who adored my grandparents and used to follow them everywhere, refused to enter the house again. We brought him once after her death, just once, and he lost it, tried to claw his way out the front door. He was always curious, always friendly, but that day, he didn't just avoid her room, he wouldn't even step past the entryway. Years passed, and eventually I got married. Instead of buying our own place, we decided to move in together there. It didn't feel right to let it sit untouched or to sell it, but even as an adult, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that wing of the house. We lived at the far end and locked my grandmother's rooms. I didn't step foot in there once. Anytime I got near, I'd feel the same unwell, shaky, cold feeling. It wasn't just in waking life either. After my husband moved in fully, the nightmares started. They weren't just about the house, they were about her, my grandmother, the kindest, warmest person I've ever known, appeared in my dreams as someone else entirely. Not cruel exactly, but angry, cold. Her presence in the dreams filled me with dread, and the house was part of it, as if they were bound together, one and the same. Even after we left the country and the house stood empty again, the dreams continued. Always the same themes. Her room, her belongings, her face, watching me. Last year, we finally sold it. My mother was the one who packed everything up. She said she felt like she had to keep apologizing to my grandmother as she worked. talking to the empty rooms, saying sorry over and over again. Since then, the dreams have stopped. The house is gone. I feel lighter now, like whatever was there finally let go. You could say it was all in my head. Grief, childhood trauma, some psychological echo of loss. But then again, I never dreamed of my father, or my grandfather, or even my dog, all of whom I've loved and lost. Only her, only the house. Not sure if this is the kind of story you're looking for in this sub, but it's one that stuck with me, so here goes. I used to work in low-income home weatherization, basically helping people reduce their utility bills by sealing up their homes and adding insulation, new doors, that kind of thing. It was government funded and honestly felt like meaningful work most days, especially in winter. Part of the job was inspecting combustion appliances, furnaces, water heaters, to make sure that they weren't leaking carbon monoxide. Seal up a house too tight around a bad appliance and, well, you could kill someone, whole families even. So it was important. One day, I get sent out to do a pre-inspection, a house way off the grid, deep woods, outside the city by a good hour. Out there, the GPS stops working and the road turns to gravel long before you see the place. It was quiet, surrounded by thick trees, isolated. I meet the homeowner, go through the usual intro and ask where the water heater is. In the basement, he says. Pretty standard. Then he starts moving the fridge. Turns out the basement entry was under a flap of worn-out carpet, directly beneath the refrigerator. Which, yeah, in all of the thousands of homes I've visited, I've never seen anything like that. He lifts the flap, pulls open this thin wood door, and there it is, a narrow staircase into total darkness. I kneel down and shine my flashlight, mostly checking for black widows. Those things love undisturbed basements, and I hate them. Light catches on something at the bottom of the stairs. It's something. Bones now. Some sort of small animal. Unpleasant, sure, but not totally abnormal. I step down a few creaky steps and start scanning, and then I spot another skeleton. Smaller. Maybe a rat. And then another, and another. Some of them are picked nearly clean. Others are in that half-mummified state. At least 10, just on a quick look around. And then I notice the guy. He's still up there, standing by the door, watching, quiet. I can see he's got one hand resting on the edge of the entrance, just holding it. Something clicks, not a loud realization, more like a quiet voice in my head. Something saying this isn't right. The entrance was hidden. The space reeks of old death, and suddenly I'm very aware that I'm alone. I'm 5 steps into a basement that no one knows I'm in. No cell signal, no partner, no neighbor for miles. I backed out fast. I told him I needed another tool for my truck, that I'd be right back. I wasn't. I marked the place as non-feasible due to health and safety concerns, and I drove straight back to the office. Never went back out there. To this day, I have no idea if I was ever actually in any real danger. Maybe it all was just bad luck and poor upkeep, but sometimes you just don't take the chance. It started with missing keys, but now it seems that the drawers are playing games of their own. I never believed in ghosts, not exactly the kind that could move things especially, until maybe about 4 months ago. My wife and I lived in a brand new condo development. We're literally the first residents, so no history, right? Wrong. Keys. That's how it started. They would disappear and reappear in the same spot 10 minutes later. We'd blame each other for moving the TV remote. Annoying, but explainable. Then it escalated to the kitchen. My wife uses these specific wooden spoons, and we'd find them laying around the floor in the living room. Or I'd swear that I put olive oil on the top shelf, only to find it awkwardly wedged next to the cans in the pantry. It seemed playful, but also aggressive. I think the real tipping point for me happened last month. I was watching TV and my wife was in the shower. The entire apartment was quiet. Then, from the kitchen, I heard a sudden violent sound, like a rapid series of machine gun fire. I jumped up and ran in. Every single drawer in the kitchen, from the cutlery drawer to the giant pot storage drawers. It was pulled out all the way, open to their fullest extent, and they were still rocking slightly from the force. There was no way a natural vibration or settling foundation could do that. It would take a tremendous coordinated force to yank all 12 drawers open simultaneously. I showed my wife, and we immediately installed a cheap motion-activated camera pointed at the kitchen counter and drawers. We figured if it was a prank, we'd catch it. 2 nights ago, the camera was triggered. The clip is just 30 seconds long, but it's terrifying. The kitchen is dead silent and motionless. Then, the center cutlery drawer begins to slowly slide open. Stops halfway, then the drawer directly beneath it slides open, and then the one on the other side. They open sequentially, one after another, like an invisible hand is methodically inspecting them. Then the final sound, a simultaneous crash as every single open drawer, 4 of them visible on the camera, slams shut with a force that vibrates the lens. On the audio track, you can faintly hear me gasp from the bedroom. We haven't watched that clip since. We keep the drawers locked with these magnetic child safety latches now, which is kind of pathetic since we don't have kids. But I'm not playing the drawer game anymore. I just want it to stop moving my things. If it doesn't, I guess we'll have to leave. But we really don't want to. So, suggestions welcome. I never personally worked at PepsiCo, but one of my close friends growing up had a dad who was pretty high up in management at one of their facilities in Washington. He'd been there for years and knew pretty much everyone who worked the plant floors and the offices. Whenever we were hanging around at their house, his dad would sometimes tell us stories that he'd heard from employees. Not in a campfire story way either. More like the kind of thing that people say after a long shift when they're trying to laugh off something they can't really explain. Apparently, the night shift there has always had a reputation. Most of the building runs late because production really never stops, but the corporate offices and administrative areas empty out after normal hours. By midnight, the place is mostly quiet, except for cleaning crews and a handful of security staff walking the halls. According to his dad, that's when people start to notice things. Over the years, he said multiple employees, people who didn't know each other, had reported seeing the same thing. A young girl walking near the office hallways or near the elevators late at night. Not running, just standing there, moving quietly down the corridor before disappearing, sometimes around the corner. A couple of security guards apparently went to check on her once because they assumed someone had brought their kid into the building after hours. When they turned the corner where she'd been standing, there was no one there. Other people never saw anything, but said that they would hear footsteps in places where no one should have been. Bathrooms were a big one. Someone would walk in thinking a stall was occupied because they heard movement or shoes on the tile floor. only to find the whole place was empty. The elevators were another spot. More than once, employees said that they heard someone pacing back and forth in the elevator lobby after hours. When they stepped out to check, the hallway would be completely quiet. My friend's dad never claimed that he saw anything himself, but he'd say the weird part wasn't just one story. It was how many different people over the years had reported the same things. Security guards, maintenance workers, late-night office staff. Different shifts, different departments, same descriptions. Most of them laughed about it afterwards. The way people do when something unsettles them but nothing actually happened. But according to him, there were a few employees who refused to work alone on certain floors at night after those experiences. And when we asked him what he thought it was, he'd just shrug and say something like, "Every big building that's been around long enough ends up with stories." Then he'd change the subject, like it wasn't worth thinking about too much. Still, it always stuck with me that people were telling him these stories. They weren't ghost hunters, nothing like that. They were just employees trying to finish their shift and go home. And every once in a while, they'd walk down a hallway and swear that someone else was there with them. That's creepy. I used to work IT in the basement of a library that was founded in the late 1800s. It was one of those beautiful old buildings with stone steps worn smooth from a century of traffic. Tall windows, ordnate woodwork, radiators that hissed in the winter. It honestly felt like that place remembered things. My office was in the basement, not the public basement with archives and storage, a restricted section. You needed a key card to access the stairwell, and then another key card to get through a second locked door before you could even reach my desk. Once I was down there, I was down there. No patrons wandering in, no coworkers cutting through, just humming servers and fluorescent lighting that made everything feel slightly claustrophobic. Though I'd gotten used to it. Once a week, I worked late, which meant until about 6 p.m. In the winter, that might as well have been midnight. By 5 o'clock, it was already pitch black outside. The library would grow quieter and quieter until the building felt hollow. I kinda hated being alone down there. Logically, I was perfectly safe. No one could reach me without access. The doors logged entries. There was no hiding spots in the hallway. It was long, straight, and bare. But logic doesn't stop your body from reacting. One evening, I was sitting at my desk, focused on something routine, and I heard whistling. It wasn't faint, and it wasn't the pipes. It was deliberate. A slow, tuneless kind of whistle like someone passing time. And then I heard footsteps, heavy ones. Slow, measured, like someone wearing thick work boots walking down the basement hallway. I don't know why, but my stomach dropped instantly. The only exit from that basement was through the hallway where I was hearing footsteps. I hadn't heard either of the keycard doors open. Those doors were loud. They clicked, then released with a heavy mechanical sound. You couldn't miss it. But the whistling continued, and the footsteps kept moving. There was nowhere for someone to hide down there. No alcoves, no side rooms between me and the exit. I froze for a few seconds, trying to rationalize it. Someone from facilities with master access. How had I never ran into them before? But even as I tried to reason it away, my body had decided already. I called the main desk upstairs and told them exactly what I was hearing. They didn't laugh. They didn't even question it. They just said, "Come upstairs. You can finish your shift up here." That told me enough. I opened my office door and stepped into the hallway, despite the agony I was feeling. But it was empty. Completely empty. It was as if all sound had seized the moment I opened the door. I didn't linger, I just walked quickly, not running, but close, straight to the stairwell, and I left the basement behind for the night. Nothing else happened while I worked there, but I never stayed late comfortably again. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burnt out. When my stepdad called her downstairs, as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences. My Uncle Joe drove big rigs for 40 years, and he only ever told this story once, but I never forgot it. It was after 3 fingers of bourbon and a long silence. He was hauling freight through the high desert of New Mexico in the late 90s. The sky, as he says, was clear, the stars like spilled salt. And suddenly, the world went neon blue. Not a flash, but a steady humming glow that originated from directly above his cab. And then the truck died. Not just the engine, but everything. The headlights flickered, went black. CB radio emitted a sound like 1,000 bees were screaming. And the digital clock on the dash started counting backwards at lightning speed. Uncle Joe said the most terrifying part wasn't really the light, but it was the weight that he could feel from it. He felt like he was underwater. He tried to pump the brakes, but the pedal, it felt like it was made of stone. For 60 seconds, he rolled in total electronic silence, guided only by the eerie blue luminescence. He looked out the side window, saw the sand beside the highway was glowing, not reflecting the light, but vibrating underneath it. Just as he gathered the courage to look up through the windshield, the light snapped shut like a camera shutter. The engine roared back to life on its own. Then the radio blasted a static-heavy country song. The clock settled on 12 o'clock, blinking steadily. He pulled over, shaky, found that his wristwatch, a mechanical wind-up, had magnetized so badly the hands were spinning in circles. He quit the long-haul circuit 3 months after this. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. I'm a structural engineer. I spend my days looking for flaws in foundations and rot in load-bearing beams. People think that this job is about making things stand still, and it is. But really, it's about understanding how things fall apart. My wife, Sarah, and I learned that lesson the hard way 10 years ago with our first fixer-upper in Savannah, Georgia. It was a classic antebellum on Gaston Street, draped in Spanish moss that looked like lace in the moonlight. We were young, Sarah was 4 months pregnant, and we were convinced that we could peel back a century of grime. The haunting, yes, haunting, it didn't start immediately, but it started innocent enough, with a giggle. For the first month, the sound was actually a comfort. It was a soft, bubbling laugh that would drift down from the upstairs nursery while we scraped wallpaper in the parlor. Sarah called it a residual haunting, a happy echo of a child who had once loved the house. We felt like we were being welcomed. To show our appreciation, Sarah bought a set of vintage wooden blocks and a rocking horse, leaving them in the center of the empty nursery. The next morning, we noticed those blocks were stacked in a perfect, precarious tower. The horse was swaying. We smiled at each other, thinking that we were sharing our home with a guardian. Then, the spirit began to manifest. She was a girl, about 6 years old, wearing a high-collared white cotton dress. But as the weeks went by, her appearance became specific. In glimpses, her hair turned the exact shade of strawberry blonde as Sarah's. She developed a tiny mole on her neck in the same spot that Sarah had one. This wasn't just a ghost. The house was sort of manifesting some sort of mirror image of the daughter we were waiting for. We still found it kind of enduring. But as soon as we acknowledged her existence, she stopped showing herself. And then it was just back to the blocks and the rocking horse. We didn't see her anymore. As soon as our daughter was born, everything stopped. No more blocks, a rocking horse. If she was indeed a guardian, she seemed to have left. But our daughter, she's 9 now, and she has her mother's strawberry blonde hair and the mole on the back of her neck. Sarah and I often wonder if the house was haunted at all, or if it was some sort of glimpse into the future, different timeline, where we got to see our daughter before we saw our daughter. We still live in the house, and I can say we've never experienced anything since before our daughter was born. I've got 2 stories, not super dramatic, but both moments that still make my skin crawl when I think about them. The first happened at home. I was in bed, hovering in a weird in-between state, not fully asleep, not fully awake. You know the place. Everything's a little floaty, and the lines between dreaming and reality start to blur. And that's when I felt a hand on my hip, just resting there, warm but familiar. Then, soft kisses on my shoulder and the back of my neck. The kind of thing that would have been romantic if it wasn't, way too late for that kind of attention. I remember mumbling, "Really? Now?" Thinking it was my husband making a move after we'd already been laying in silence for what felt like forever. I opened my eyes and saw his back. He was facing away from me, breathing slow and steady, dead asleep. I froze. The kisses had stopped, but I could still feel the pressure of a hand, firm and steady, right on my hip. I didn't move, didn't say anything. I just laid there, too scared to even sit up, until eventually whatever I'd felt, or whatever had felt me, let go. I didn't tell my husband about it until the next morning, and even then I played it off like a weird dream. But I know what I felt, and I know I wasn't dreaming. The second thing happened at work. I was a nurse working nights at the time. It was around 2 a.m. Most of the floor was quiet, patients asleep, lights dimmed, the usual low hum of machines and nighttime stillness. I was doing my rounds, walking past an unoccupied room when I noticed the TV inside was on. Now, that wasn't totally unheard of. Sometimes a tech forgets to turn it off during cleaning, or the remote gets wedged right in between and flips itself on. Still, I figured I'd just step in and shut it off. No big deal. I stepped 1 foot into the room, didn't even fully enter, and that's when the TV said, clear as day, "Good morning, Alice." That's my name. The voice wasn't part of a commercial. It wasn't a news anchor or a show host. It was talking to me. The tone was flat, almost mechanical. But the timing, it couldn't have been a coincidence. I didn't shut the TV off. I backed out, closed the door, and just stood there in the hallway staring at it for a few minutes before walking away. I switched to day shifts not too long after that. The house I grew up in had a strange layout downstairs. If you walk through it right away, you can make a full loop through several rooms and end up exactly where you started. There was a kitchen, a small hallway, the living room, then another doorway that led back toward the dining area and around again. For kids, it was perfect. My brother and I used to spend hours running circles through those rooms like it was our own indoor racetrack. Most nights it drove my parents crazy, but every once in a while they'd let us burn off energy before bed. One evening when I was about 9 or 10, my brother and I were doing exactly that. We were racing through the house, darting through doorways and laughing as we tried to outrun each other around the loop. The lights were on, the house was otherwise quiet, and I remember being completely focused on catching up to him. I had just turned the corner from the living room toward the kitchen when I saw someone standing there. He was right in the middle of the kitchen floor, blocking the path. I stopped immediately so I wouldn't run straight into him. At first, my brain just assumed it was an adult, maybe one of my parents or someone visiting. But when I looked up at his face, I realized I'd never seen him before. He was tall, probably around 6 feet, with a long face and dark blonde hair. He was wearing a green sweater vest over a shirt, which I remember very clearly because it looked oddly formal compared to the casual clothes everyone in my family usually wore, especially around the house. He didn't move. He didn't say anything, he just stood there. For whatever reason, I wasn't scared. But for a moment, I just stood there looking at him, confused more than anything. It felt almost like the brief pause that you have when you unexpectedly run into someone in a hallway. After a couple seconds, I turned my head to look behind me. I wanted to see if my brother had noticed him too. But the moment I turned back around toward the kitchen, he was gone. Completely gone. There were no footsteps or sounds of a door opening. Nothing moved in the room at all. Just the empty kitchen, exactly the way it had been a second earlier. I stood there for a moment trying to understand what had just happened before running after my brother again. At the time, I didn't really question it much. Kids are strange that way. Something weird happens and you just move on with whatever you were doing. But looking back, there's something about the timing that always stuck with me. Around the same time period, a family we knew had gone through something terrible. My mom had a close friend whose husband had died suddenly in an accident. Afterward, she and her kids had moved into our home, stayed with us for a while, until they figured out what to do next. Our house was pretty full during that time, and every once in a while, I think back to that man standing in our kitchen, the one that I'd never seen before and never saw again. And I can't help but wonder if maybe it wasn't a stranger at all. Maybe it was just someone stopping by to check on his kids. The upper half of our restaurant is an absolute pain in the ass for seeing people out of the corner of your eye. Every time I'm up there, there'll be somebody walking past just the edge of your vision. or the oppressive sensation of someone standing directly in front of you while you're cleaning a table and suddenly vanishing when you look. As far as I'm aware, they've never done anything more than lurk. No one's ever heard voices or felt a physical touch, so we mostly just accept it as an irritation and get on with it. Multiple people have said that there's a brunette woman in a yellow dress and a man in tweed, the one who stands and waits awkwardly, as if he's waiting to be served. People say there's a little girl who runs around in the cellar. That's bullshit. I think it's made up to scare newbies. But the rest, it's true, at least according to some people. I used to work at Mejir in the deli. A customer came up and asked for my opinion. I recommended all the things I liked and was just super friendly. I guess he ended up calling the store that night asking for me. The other girl I was working with didn't even offer the phone to me, just told him I'd left. Thank God. He came back the next day and started asking personal questions to me. I was very vague and then started helping other customers. He left, came back the next day. I had to get management involved. He was standing like behind a pole, just watching me. I had to be walked to my car every night for about a month. I'd call my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband, every night on my way home. And I lived in an apartment building with another coworker whose husband would literally walk me to the door. I still feel like he's watching sometimes, and this was over 4 years ago. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed, and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s and through the cracks saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. Working in border towns, there's a lot of highways and ranches, and at night it gets dark. I'm talking about the type of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. So one night I'm driving along the highway, and the only source of light is the one coming from my high beams, so I don't mistakenly run over any animals. About 150 meters in front of me, I see a man run across the highway and jump into the ranch. Next, I pull over to the area that I had last seen the man, and I turn on my flashlight to scan the area. While looking, all that I was thinking was it smelled horrible, like something had died. I brushed it off as normal because there's all types of wildlife and things to die. After about 5 minutes of scanning, I'd seen the man laying down with his hoodie covering his head, hiding behind some bushes. I identify myself as law enforcement and command him in English and Spanish to stand up because I see him, but he doesn't budge an inch. I get a little closer to the man, grab his shoulder, and turn him around. And that's when I jumped and gasped in disbelief because the man was deceased. Very deceased. When the coroner arrived, they said the man had been dead for nearly a day or two. So there's no way that he had died when I'd seen him cross the road. This ultimately led me to believe that the man's spirit wanted me to find his body, and he did. I don't think he wanted to be unidentified or missing any longer. About 15 years ago, I was basically my parents' live-in nurse. One night, a couple of days before Halloween, I'm in my bedroom, and I hear my dad's pained wail type of scream. He had phantom pains from losing his leg, and they could get pretty intense at times. I heard it clear as day. It was louder than usual, but it was definitely the 10 out of 10 super bad phantom pain scream. I bolt up, run down the hall to my parents' bedroom. Empty. I look through the house and find them both watching TV in the living room. My dad looks perfectly fine. I asked if he screamed. He said he didn't, and neither of them heard anything. The TV wasn't loud enough to hear from across the house. Plus, they weren't watching anything that would have a scream like that. I think they were watching White Christmas. And the scream, it sounded almost like it was right next to me at the time. They swore up and down they didn't hear anything. That's probably the creepiest thing I'd ever experienced around Halloween. "10 years ago, my brother and I were staying at a cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, just outside of Asheville. And we saw something. It was late October, crystal clear Appalachian night, where the air is so cold it feels sharp. We'd just gotten back from a movie in town, and we were standing by the window of the cabin, looking out over the gravel turnaround, making sure we'd locked the SUV. The moon was huge that night. Everything was silver and gray. And then something in the tree line. "What do you think that is?" I asked my brother. "Bear?" he asked me. "We have black bears here, sure. But this thing, it was the size of a silverback gorilla or a grizzly. It was covered in coarse hair. But it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. It was odd the way it moved. I spent my life studying biology. I've never seen a skeletal structure behave quite like that. It didn't run on all fours, and it didn't walk on two. It stayed in this tight-seated position, almost like a lotus flower, and used its massive, elongated arms to sort of vault its body forward. It was fast, terrifyingly fast as we watched it traverse the tree line. It cleared the gravel lot in 3 or 4 of these powerful, rhythmic lunges. But it was dark. Every time those arms hit the ground, I tried to get a look at its face. You could just hear the gravel crunching under the weight of something that had to be 400 pounds of pure muscle. Both of us were sort of transfixed. We didn't even think to grab a phone or a camera. We just watched this thing propel itself. It was propelling itself toward the dark hollow behind the cabin. Whatever this thing was, it had no interest in us. It didn't even look our way or make a noise. My brother says he heard heavy grunting, but I think I was just so transfixed on what I was seeing, I didn't hear anything. When it reached the other end of the woods, it grabbed a sapling with one of those hands, and it literally swung its entire bulk into the bush. And then it was silence. We stood there for 20 minutes, stone cold sober and completely alert, waiting for something. We eventually reluctantly sat back and tried to decide what the fuck we had just seen. The next morning, I remember going outside just to get a look at things. The lot was hard-packed gravel, so there were no clear prints, but there were these strange, dragged sweeps in the stones. It was where those arms had hung low. There was no fur or smell left behind, but there was the realization that something massive had been living right behind where we slept. Naturally, I've had people ask me if I think it was a Bigfoot. I usually just shrug. Bigfoot feels like a campfire word. What I saw was an anomaly. This massive, bipedal, adjacent predator that moved like an Olympic gymnast, disappeared like a ghost. And was it a predator? I don't know, but it was big as hell. When I was in my late 20s, I took a job in a factory. Just a modern food production plant with bright lighting and constant machine noise. You had to wear protective eyewear, a hairnet, gloves were encouraged. It was strict about safety and contamination. I hated it. The work was repetitive and numbing in a way that sank into you. It was the type of job where time stretches instead of moves. I was deeply unhappy, in more ways than one. And I would sometimes find myself standing at my station, imagining what it would be like to just stop, to not have to keep going. One shift, I was in the middle of one of those thoughts, and someone spoke to me. An older man had walked right up beside me, close enough that I startled. He asked me how I liked working there. He wasn't wearing any of the required PPE, no hairnet, no safety glasses, nothing. I immediately assumed he was management or maybe an owner doing a walkthrough. That was the only explanation. No one else would get away with that. I lied and told him I liked it. We talked for a few minutes, a normal conversation. He asked questions, I answered. He seemed interested, not critical, just present. At one point, I turned my head to glance at a coworker nearby. When I looked back, the man was gone. I hadn't seen him walk away. He was just gone. There wasn't anywhere he could have disappeared to that quickly without me seeing him move. The factory floor was open, loud, visible in all directions. I finished the task I was doing and went to find my manager. I described the man and asked who he was. She went completely still. Then she told me to shut up. Not joking or teasing. She was serious. She said, "Who told you to mess with me?" I told her no one did. I was serious. And that's when she told me. An older man had worked there for decades. He'd been eligible to retire for years but refused. The factory was his life. He worked there until the day he died. She said that she and other employees had seen him before, walking the floor, checking in, still working. I don't know what unsettles me more about it, that I saw him or that he showed up right when I was thinking about ending everything. Sometimes I wonder if he was just attached to the place, or if he walked up to me because he recognized something in my expression. It makes me sad to think that even in death, he might still be clocking in, but it also makes me wonder why he chose that moment to ask me how I liked working there. I've had some arguably terrifying events in my life happen, but the most unsettling was just a few years ago. We haven't really had any paranormal activity in our apartment the last 10 years outside of whatever you want to call this, so I found it strange. I'm in the kitchen doing my work thing and I've got to grab something from the office. I go down the hall and I see my wife sitting on the bed in our bedroom. I'm in a hurry, so I go, "Hey babe," and just go print my shipping label or whatever. She didn't say anything back, so I thought she just didn't hear me. I do my thing, and then I walk out and I see her sitting on the bed, facing the door, just staring as I pass by. I had something on the stove, so I just kept doing my thing. I eventually needed something, so I yelled really loud so she could hear me down the hall, like 8 feet away. I hear her go, "Jesus Christ, I'm right here. What do you want?" I ask how she got from the bedroom to the kitchen so quickly. And she said that she was in the living room working the whole time. I grabbed a bat and I went to confront whatever was in the bedroom. But, of course, there was nothing there. I didn't get much sleep for the next few days. It still kind of messes me up when I talk about it. I know how it sounds, but I know what I saw. Whatever was sitting on the bed, it looked like her, but it wasn't. So it couldn't have been human. I've gone back and forth about posting this for years. Part of me still worries that if I put it into words, it'll somehow wake something up again, but it's been almost 16 years and I'm still thinking about it, still having moments where I wake up suddenly with my heart racing and no clear reason why. So here it is. When this happened, I was in my early 20s. My boyfriend at the time had just gotten out of prison after serving time for dealing drugs. Nothing violent. He wasn't a dangerous person. He'd gotten involved with the wrong people and made some bad decisions, and prison changed him, but I expected that. Anyone would come back different. We were both sober when he got out. That part matters to me because I know how easy it would be to explain everything away otherwise. The first few weeks after he came home were, okay, cautious. He was quieter than I remembered, more withdrawn, but I assumed that was just him adjusting. He had trouble sleeping. He startled easily. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and I'd find him sitting in the dark living room, not watching TV, just staring. It felt unsettling, but not scary yet. That came later. The changes weren't constant, but somehow that's what made it worse. Most of the time, he was still him, apologetic, gentle, trying, but sometimes it was like something had switched. His mood would just turn flat and heavy. He'd snap over nothing, say things that didn't line up with what we were talking about, and then later swear that he never said them. I started walking on eggshells without realizing it. The first time I woke up thinking he was pulling my hair, I didn't even open my eyes right away. I just felt it, a sharp tug at the crown of my head, like fingers threaded into my hair and yanked. I jolted awake and whispered his name, already bracing myself for an argument. He was asleep, facing the other direction, both hands under his pillow. I told myself that it had to have been a dream, but it happened again, and another time. It wasn't every night, just often enough that I started dreading sleep. Sometimes it felt like a quick pull. Other times it was slower, like something dragging through my hair, testing how much it could take. Every time he denied it, and I believed him because I wanted to, and because I couldn't explain how he could be doing it without waking himself up. Either way, the tension between us escalated fast after that. We fought constantly, but never really about the hair pulling. It was about everything else. The way his voice would change when he was angry, not louder, but deeper somehow. The way that he'd look at me like he didn't recognize me. The way the room felt heavier when he was in a bad mood. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I asked him to move out. It really wasn't some explosive breakup. It was exhausted and sad and full of apologies. He cried. Then, at some point, he just shut down. Said maybe it was for the best. He packed his things and left without another word. I remember feeling relief when the door closed behind him. That relief lasted for one night. The second night, I was alone. and I woke up gasping for air. It felt like my hair was being yanked hard enough to pull my head off of the pillow. I screamed, and I sat up, heart pounding, the apartment completely silent. No one there. No explanation. After that, things got harder for me. The pulling didn't stop. It became more aggressive. I started waking up with the sensation that something was leaning over me while I slept, pressing me down. My dreams even started to change. I kept dreaming I was underwater, trying to scream and only swallowing darkness as I did. I'd wake up choking, my chest burning like I hadn't breathed in minutes. And then the bedroom door, it started opening itself, slamming itself. Always when I was alone, always when I was already on edge. I barely slept at that point. The night everything finally crossed the line for me was when I woke up in complete silence. It wasn't the normal silence. It was like the world was gone. I reached up to touch my hair, and I felt a smooth patch of scalp. A chunk of my hair was gone, not tangled or broken off. Gone. I expected to see it lying on the floor next to the bed, somewhere in the sheets. But I didn't find any hair. I completely lost it. I don't remember much after that besides crying on my bathroom floor, shaking so hard I couldn't stand. That was the moment I realized that whatever had been happening wasn't just stress and trauma or even my ex. It's something that stayed. I believe that he brought it back with him, but he didn't take it when he left. I moved out. I left some furniture behind even. Most things I didn't care about. I didn't tell them anything when I moved out. Obviously, I was afraid that if I said it out loud, they would think I was crazy, but also that it would follow me. It didn't follow me. Not like that. I rebuilt my life, stayed sober, slept again. So yeah, I don't know for sure if my ex brought something home with him, or if it was already there, just waiting for someone vulnerable enough to notice. But I do know that whatever it was didn't leave when he did. I'm just glad I got away too. My son Leo is only about 18 months old, which means our apartment looks like a primary colored bomb went off in it. We have all the latest and greatest noise-making, light-flashing, battery-draining plastic contraptions you can imagine. But his favorite toy, the one he drags around everywhere and won't sleep without, isn't any of those. It's a little scarecrow doll I found at a dusty antique mall upstate. It's made of burlap with mismatched buttons for eyes and a crudely stitched-on red yarn smile. When I first bought it, I had my mom make some adjustments, tightening the buttons, making it baby-proof, essentially. It's wearing a tiny flannel shirt that has straw sticking out of its cuffs. In its chest, there's one of those old-school squeeze boxes that's supposed to play a tune. The tag said that it was broken, but I didn't care. There was something folksy and charming about it. Leo loved him instantly, and I've named him Patchy. It's caught on. For the first month, everything was perfectly normal. Patchy was just part of the scenery, usually clutched in Leo's little fists. Then I started to hear the music. The first time, I was in the kitchen washing bottles. The baby monitor was on the counter, and I heard a few faint, distorted notes coming through the static. It sounded like a music box, but slow and off-key, like the batteries were dying. I figured it was just interference, maybe picking up a neighbor's crib mobile, but I didn't think much of it. I thought more of it about a week later, and it happened again. Leo was in his playpen, and I was on the couch, half asleep. I heard it clearly this time, coming from the playpen. It was the melody to You Are My Sunshine, but it was deeper and guttural, like a man humming the tune through a kazoo. It lasted for maybe 5 seconds and then stopped. I sat bolt upright. Leo was just chewing on his teething ring, not paying any attention. Patchy was lying on his back at the other end of the playpen. I picked the doll up and squeezed the chest. Nothing. Shook it around. It was just dead. There's a muffled thump from the device itself. I was so sleep-deprived, I convinced myself that I'd dreamed the music. But the real shift happened last week. Leo started saying a new phrase. He'd stand up at the window, point to the small patch of woods behind our apartment complex and say, clear as day, "Patchy, in the trees." He'd repeat it over and over. "Patchy in the trees, Patchy in the trees." My wife and I thought that it was cute, but weird, just random toddler speak. But then he started getting scared at night. He'd wake up screaming, pointing at the corner of his room where his toy box was. He'd only calm down if we took Patchy out of the room. This went on for 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, I was woken up around 3 a.m. by the same distorted music. It wasn't coming through the monitor, though. It was coming from down the hall. It was coming from Leo's room, but it wasn't coming through the monitor. It was the full melody of You Are My Sunshine, slow and dragging, in that same awful deep tone. It sounded like it was being played on a warped record. I flew out of bed and I burst into his room. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The window was wide open, the screen pushed out and hanging crookedly from one corner. Leo was standing up in his crib, sobbing and pointing. He was pointing at the windowsill. And before I could question why I hadn't heard Leo's screams through the monitor, I was looking at the windowsill, and Patchy was sitting there, perched on the edge, its little button eyes facing out into the darkness of the woods behind our building. One of its burlap legs was dangling over the 3-story drop to the ground. I grabbed Leo, but I just stared. The doll wasn't moving, but it felt aware, like I'd interrupted something. The distorted music finally wheezed to a stop. I snatched the doll off the windowsill, slammed the window shut, and took Leo into our room for the rest of the night. The next morning, I took Patchy, put him in a garbage bag, tied it shut, drove 10 miles to a public dumpster behind a strip mall, and buried him under a pile of garbage. I still have no idea what was happening here, obviously. But when Leo says, "Patchy in the trees, now," it doesn't sound cute. It sounds like a memory. And I can't shake the terrifying question that keeps me up at night. Was the doll trying to get out? Or was it trying to let something in? I'd really like to believe that getting rid of the doll was the right move. So, that's what I choose to believe. I have this morbid memory from when I was 6 years old. I was on a boat with my parents' friends. I guess it was a yacht because they were able to fit a lot of us on there. Anyway, at some point, a lot of the adults had gone swimming. I remember sitting inside and looking out the windows at the adults. Part of me really wanted to swim, and I remember asking my mom if I could. She, of course, told me I couldn't. Not only was it not safe, but I get the feel that this was more of an adult party, and I was just sort of meant to stay in this room. In this room were 2 other kids, about my age, and we all found enough to do to stay occupied, but I kept finding myself walking over to the window and watching outside. I remember the younger kid kept taking the colors I was using, so I just ended up giving it to him and walking away, finding my place by the window. I remember suddenly seeing something unusual. There was a woman. She was swimming next to a man. It was obvious that where we were, you couldn't touch the ground. It was quite deep. But suddenly, I watched as her body seemed to lift in the air slightly, and then ragdoll from side to side, before going under briefly and popping back up. I remember thinking, how can someone stand or project themselves like that? It really seemed like magic, because I didn't know the horror that was happening when I saw it. The woman was being attacked by a shark. I'd be lying if I said I remembered all of the panic that ensued afterwards, but I don't. I just remember being told to stay in the room, the door being closed, the windows being shut. Just me and two other kids listening to a bunch of adults scream and cry from the outside. My next real memory is being back on shore. The lady didn't die. She just got a nasty bite on her hip. Apparently, emergency services came and picked her up off the boat before we even made it back to shore. All us children shielded from this madness. All except for me in the initial moment. But, like I said, it just sort of looked like magic. When I say I've met something that wasn't human, that probably raises a few questions. Maybe you want a checklist: horns, claws, sulfur, glowing eyes. I feel like this is so people can file it under movie stuff and move on. And I don't have any of that for you. What I have is a Tuesday night in a small town where the grocery store closes at 9, and its parking lot feels a lot more like a stage after the audience goes home. Maybe you grew up in a town like this. It's where you're preparing your morning coffee before bed using the auto brew feature like a responsible person, only to realize you've run out of coffee filters. That becomes the entire focus of the evening because the only store in town closes in 30 minutes. Just me? Okay, well, I left my house at 8:30 because I thought that I could make it a quick run. I stood behind a woman arguing with self-checkout like it was a person who owed her money. By the time I finished bagging, the store was half dark. They were mopping already, pushing that wide yellow fan at the entrance like they were drying the whole country, sending the message loud and clear: get out, it's closing time. This parking lot is big for how few people live and do business here. Some developer imagined a future that didn't happen, so even with only a dozen cars, it looked empty. The only noise was a far-off semi on the highway and the click of the automatic doors closing behind me. Something inside me at this time told me to pay attention. I remember it registering that it smelled like wet pavement and rotten eggs. My car was parked 2 aisles out, halfway to nowhere. I don't mind the walk because the cart return is closer to my spot than the doors are, and leaving a cart in the wild makes me feel like a villain. I headed towards it with that slow end-of-day rhythm, bag in one hand, keys in the other, with my body already inside the idea of being home. About 3 rows over, under a light that had gone to flicker weeks back, someone was standing very still. I registered him as background at first. Tall, coat, maybe a baseball cap. The shape of man waiting for a ride. He was faced away from me, not toward the store or the road, but toward the gap where the lot bleeds into a line of sick trees and a drainage ditch. It was too far to be anyone that I knew. And even though I couldn't see his face, I just knew that. I did do a quick scan that you do. No movement, nothing in his hands, no obvious weirdness. Fine. The cart return sat on a diagonal from him, I pushed my card in and felt stupidly proud of it, turned back toward my car. That's when I realized he hadn't moved at all. Like, people just don't stand like that. No shift of weight, turn of the head, check of the phone, not a glance to mark the passing of another person. I felt a small animal inside my chest sit up and look around. A still person isn't strange. A non-moving, still person might be a little strange. You don't notice how much we fidget until you see someone refuse to. It's like when the sound goes out of your TV and you're suddenly aware of the quiet behind your own walls. The cart return had one of those loose metal chains on one side that tags your wrist bone if you cut it too close. It clinked. The little noise felt enormous in the open air, though. But I kept going. I was 20 steps from my car when something inside me made a small, exact decision. You need to unlock the door, put the bag in the passenger seat, and just leave. No fishing for chapstick, don't scroll on your phone, get your keys, and go. There are nights when you can feel the rules change, and this was one of them. I didn't hear him start walking. I knew that he was moving because the light changed. His figure slid into a brighter cone, and I could see that he wasn't wearing a cap after all. He had hair so dark that it ate the light. It was an odd cut. I couldn't quite register it. It certainly wasn't the nature of a small town where every barber is a cousin and nobody leaves with a crisp edge. The way I could see his shadow moving in my periphs was unnatural, like someone had built a mannequin and put it on strings. I opened the passenger door and I set the bag down. I didn't look up. I didn't need to. The air told me, go. You know when someone steps close enough that the heat off their body registers before your brain says person? That wave hit, and then kept hitting like standing a little too close to a space heater. Keys in my hand, door not yet fully closed. I felt that little old animal in my chest stand again and press itself flat. I turned in the way that you turn to avoid surprise. Slow, as if going too fast will make you trip over the moment. And I saw that he was closer than he should be. A parking space away. No car between us. No shopping bag or keys. Hands hanging, palms angled a little bit outward, like he was about to mime that he had nothing. I could list facts. His jacket didn't match the temperature. Too thin for the cold. His shoes were new in a town where shoes get dusty by day 2. His face had that printed quality that some faces get when you pass through too many screens. But what I remember the most is his eyes. They weren't glowing or red, just a color that I couldn't keep. Every time I tried to decide, brown, green, black, hazel, they slid away. I said nothing. I didn't ask if he needed help or a ride. Everything told me to look away. Something in me had learned that attention is a kind of permission, and I was fresh out. It's amazing how fast your body can run through a library of scenarios. Drunk, high, lost, weird, dangerous, not dangerous, human, human, not human, and then a category that my filing system didn't have a tab for. I wish that I could say fear grabbed me by the throat. It didn't. I just felt the weight, pressure in the sinuses, the exact same weight that I felt in rooms where the wrong thing wants to be seen. When I finally started driving off, I noticed he was no longer there. Instead, he was at the clear other end of the same parking lot, standing under a different streetlight. Way too far away to have made it in that amount of time. I quickly flipped the car around so I could go in the opposite direction. He was in my rear view now, and all I could see was him raise his arm, do some sort of motion, almost like a wave, but more like a conductor. Sheer coincidence, bad timing, what have you. My low tire pressure warning goes off, and the sound makes me jump. My body drove like the car and I had made a pact. It would get me home, and we would pretend to be boring and be rewarded with getting home at all. At a stop sign, I could finally breathe enough to taste the air inside my own mouth. Rotten eggs. It almost made me gag, and it made no sense. It wasn't until I got to my street that I started to panic. I was going to have to get out of my car. Surely, he hadn't followed me. But who knows? For a while there, I avoided going out at night, truly, getting all of my shopping done in the daytime, and if I forgot something, I'd just wait till the next day. And then what I felt was less fear than insult, as if I'd been claimed by something that didn't earn the right. A stranger had decided something for me. Slowly, I was able to let it go. I told a friend in the safest way possible that night, weird guy in the lot. She said, pepper spray. I said, okay. I didn't tell her about the gap between the steps, the way that he moved, or the eyes that couldn't decide what color to be. I didn't tell her about how he ended up on the other side of the lot. There are details that make you sound dramatic when all you're trying to be is careful with the truth. So, do I think it was a demon? I think it wasn't human, and that's as far as I'll go with labels. It wore the shape convincingly enough to pass a glance, but it failed all the tests a body takes without knowing. If you want imagery, you can keep the horns. I'll keep the wrong stillness, and the eyes that doubled for a second. This last part, I don't love to admit. Sometimes I park, cut the engine, and sit for a second, like someone trying to remember a song or waiting for someone. I look at the empty spaces in the lot, under the lights, and I can almost feel the ghost of it. Just the knowledge that somewhere in this town, the parking lot exists both as a patch of asphalt and as a place where the air once got really heavy, smelled like rotten eggs, and a man-shaped thing wrote something in the sky while teleporting across the lot. I don't know if it was evil, but I know it didn't feel good. So maybe evil doesn't need a costume. It can just wear a clean jacket and good shoes and stand really still under a broken light. So my grandpa's told me a couple stories over the years that he swears up and down really happened. He's not the type of man to make things up for attention, and honestly, he tells them so casually it almost makes him creepier. Like he'll just shrug and go, yeah, that was weird, and move on. The nightgown. This was back when he and my grandma were still fairly young. He said he was lying in bed one night, reading before going to sleep. The hallway was in his line of sight from the bed, so he could see if someone walked by. He swears he saw my grandma walk past the doorway wearing a nightgown. Not just any nightgown either, like a pale, flowy one, which immediately struck him as strange because she literally never wore nightgowns, ever. He thought maybe she decided to try one on, but it still made him pause. A couple minutes later, she comes walking in from that side of the hallway in her normal clothes, no nightgown. She climbs into bed next to him like nothing's off. So he asks, "Why did you change? Why'd you take off your new nightgown?" She kind of chuckles, stares at him. "Hun, I don't wear nightgowns." And that was that. Just the kind of answer that makes you question if you're losing your mind. And he swears on everything that he saw her double. The second one, the computer. This one is less personal and more just physics-defying. They had an old desktop computer that sat in the middle of this large circular table in their basement. Grandpa made a point of telling me it was smack in the center of the table, not on the edge, not on an angle, nothing like that. It wasn't one of those wobbly card tables either. It was solid wood. One night, he and my grandma were upstairs when they hear this huge crash from the basement, like loud enough to make them both jump. They immediately run downstairs to see what fell. The computer's on the floor. completely wrecked. Grandpa said he just stood there staring because there was no way it could have toppled off on its own. It wasn't near any edge. There was no cat to knock it over. No one had been in the basement, and it wasn't like it slid. The thing was heavy, and the distance from the center of the table to the floor, it made no sense for it to just fall. He insists to this day that something pushed it, or picked it up and dropped it. He's told the story for years and never changes the details, never tries to embellish it. Just, the computer was in the middle of the table, and the next minute it was smashed on the basement floor.